olan bir sektör genel olarak. Falan. Çok iyi bilenler. Yanlış. Yani, yok. Dağlatsın diye yapalım. Benim için o kadar kolay.
Yes, yes, yes. I'm not sure if I'll have a position, let me check.
Ben böyle şeyleri ama linki de atmıyorum abi. Direkt e-mail'da bir yazılım onlar sahipleri sesini de atmıyor. Dediğim gibi sigortacılarda öyle bir etki olur. Ya evet de işte ne kadar yani bu zaman değiştirmeyi ama e-mail işte sen öyle açık yani açık var sadece bir yerde tutuyorsun yani
Šimon má malý péro. Počkej, já se budu mluvit normálně, jo? 1, 2, 3. A slyšíš něco v Zoome? Jako proč bys neslyšel, že? 1, 2. Jo, povídám. Hlasitostě? 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. Jak chceš jiný?
Já jsem si dal linie.
Jo.
update is regarding the panel.
Okay.
Thank you.
Dit was wel.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to welcome you on our second day of the conference. Same as yesterday, let me just share some organizational details. All the coffee breaks will be held in front of the conference room. Lunch will be upstairs. And I would like to remind you to fill in the evaluation forms. Please rate the speakers, the organizers, and the venue. As we have kind of packed agenda today as well, it's all from me. And today, same as yesterday, our chairman is Mr. David Witcher. David, the floor is yours. Thank you and enjoy the conference.
Thank you, Teresa, and thank you all for being here nice and early and on time. I hope you enjoyed yesterday. I certainly did. I thought we had a really good variety of really high quality presentations and discussions. So thank you to all of you who presented and participated yesterday. And I'm looking forward to similar today. As I was reflecting on yesterday, I was struck by the fact that although most of us here are technical people, we're engineers, we're data scientists, mathematicians, physicists, and so on, we spent an awful lot of time yesterday talking about the human factor as well. And as I was reflecting on that, I was thinking, you know, we are the world is undoubtedly at this period of incredible expansion in digital and data and AI and machine learning and all that means. And of course, our industry is no different to any other industry. We are taken up in that, and there's enormous opportunities in that. And yet, I think the fact that, you know, we as technical people ended up yesterday talking a lot about the human factor, that tells us something. It tells us that we are dealing with people who maybe don't understand as much as we do about actually what artificial intelligence is. Maybe people who might be feel threatened by it in some ways, whether that's because they don't understand it or whether that's because they fear it's going to take over some part of their job in some way. We're dealing with people who don't want change. I mean, none of us want change, do we? That's our natural human instinct. We're dealing with people who are busy doing their day jobs, people who are busy putting out the fires, dealing with the issues, just keeping things running, and don't have time for any of this newfangled stuff. And we're dealing with people who look after the purse strings, look after the money, and they need to be convinced of the business case before they allow us to play around with these new technologies. So yeah, my reflection really is that we have a responsibility between us to bring people with us on this journey and to think about how we communicate, how we encourage people to come with us on this journey. And I think one of the ways we can do that is really to identify the quick wins. You know, what's the old adage is under deliver and sorry, not under deliver, under promise and over deliver. And I wonder whether there's a sense in which we need to do that, actually, find the quick wins and show people that actually this is a good thing for them and for our industry and for their wallets ultimately. So yeah, just a quick comment, yeah.
About consumerization.
Yep.
It's quite an expensive part. But if we reflect on that, I think there's a willingness of people to think, I don't need to know how it all works. Give me the thing that can do this thing.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. So I was just going to say, I found yesterday really good in the sense that it was really interactive, and it's brilliant that we've started off today again in that interactive style. So I'd encourage you to continue to ask questions and provide your comments as we go through the day. So yeah, so without further ado, I would like to invite Okan Sargin to come up and give us the first presentation. Okan is the head of Wind and Site at OWC. So over to you.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Actually, this is a good segue because we are early adopters of innovative solutions as OWC. So we started OWC energy services 4.5 years ago. And since then, we've seen a lot of innovation happening. And the one solution was really to use this environment to offer the solutions the clients were expecting. So this is actually about this. I will try. So my name is Sarjan. I'm head of Wind and Site at OWC, and I will be talking about advancing wind analysis, particularly as energy yield assessments through digitalization. So OWC is a renewable energy consultants. We are technical advisor and part of the ABL group, world first dedicated offshore wind consultancy, project engineering services, track record 900 plus projects accounting for 300, approximately 300 gigawatts. And we have been a trusted partner for as owners, engineers, and many other services. The agenda for this talk is today the case for digital transformation, and then we explore automated energy yield assessments, how to balance innovation and bankability, and practical approaches and technology road mapping tools, and summary conclusions. it is a bit sensitive topic, so obviously we are at the forefront and trying to convince lenders as well as developers with accurate assessments. So I try to give you some insights without really breaching any confidentiality. I hope I can achieve that. And this is the too long, don't watch summary in a single slide. So for those who want to have a look later. So conventional yield assessments rely on field measurements, flow modeling, and expert analysis. Increased uncertainty in EYA translates to higher project risk, lenders' confidence, and bankability. AI and ML potential in screening, long-term correction, wake modeling, and flow modeling, as well as quality assurance. Innovation in EYA has been happening, but now accelerating. Full automation is unlikely soon, but we have partial automation handles routine tasks with experts addressing complexities and high-risk decisions. So lenders expect validated, transparent processes. AI solutions must demonstrate this while meeting the strict financial thresholds. Black box models remain risky without interpretability, and maintaining stakeholder confidence demands transparent data origins. Also, we need to explain model mechanics. Obviously, Task 43 standards 15-2 and technology roadmap architecture can help guide data pipelines and ensure AI-based innovation. Finally, open source and SaaS tools. There are many providers offer specialized solutions, APIs for partial automation, and forward steps are emphasized combined domain knowledge with data science, frequent quality checks, and validation. For those who are not familiar, so we basically have wind resource assessment and energy assessment, and we have short-term wind conditions. We extrapolate in the time domain, and then we extrapolate in the spatial domain. We involve the turbine, and then do wake modeling, assess the secondary losses, and then we have the net yield. With the uncertainty assessment, we have the probability exceedance values, and finally reporting. Here you can see also the automation potential we see and map to these different processes. So what are we doing this? So in project financing, the debt service coverage ratio is very important to generate sufficient cash flow. And if we have issues in EYA, we have high total project uncertainty, low P90, thus low P90 cash flow, which results in smaller cushion and lower debt service coverage ratio and lower return on equity. So that's actually the reason why we need to have a good uncertainty assessment and energy yield assessment. So the challenge is the future yield. And the goal is to meet the DSCR for bank rate assessments. And obviously, the overarching goal is to accelerate the energy transition and do precise and accurate yield assessments. So insights, I have conducted an informal survey in the last months and to gather industry perspective from my colleagues, and basically asking the question, when do you see bank grade energy yield assessment to be delivered with automation? And like 50%, more than 50% said it will be around maybe in 5 years. And the outcomes were like technological optimism, practical challenges, role of human expertise, highlighting key insights and reflections on balancing innovation with trust. So there is a detailed also review of the results, so you can later click and read it. I mean, in these slides, obviously we can divide everything, every process into more details and then group them within confidentiality, automation potential, IP potential, technology readiness levels to understand how the innovation is happening. And here you can see one example for energy yield assessment. And what we have seen actually is that there are already advanced solutions in being applied. So this required approximately 5 to 10 years of development. So we are already using this. And now we see these intermediate solutions being deployed. In order to like quantify technological progress over time, so we typically define figures of merit, and figures of merit is measurable indicator like that captures how effectively a technology performs. So here, 3 suggestions from the perspective of energy yield assessment. One is obviously price per megawatt, like price of energy yield assessment per megawatt. And then computational turnaround time and prediction uncertainty. And what you can see here is actually, this is based on my personal experience. There is already like a saturated, so we reach a asymptote, horizontal asymptote for energy yield assessment price. But whereas for computational turnaround time and prediction uncertainty, I think there is still some improvements which we can expect. Use of potential of machine learning. We have long-term correction, turbine interaction models, automated quality assurance, and automation of metadata, as well as post-processing and continuous validation. So these are for machine learning, whereas we might have also some potential for numerical weather prediction models where we can bridge the NWP with standard conventional energy assessments. So these are my reflections on the changes from a technical consultancy point of view. So we have like really smaller teams in analysis. So we had initially like 2-3 engineering software in-house tools. Now we have at our disposal a bigger tool set, engineering software, open source repositories, software as a service, in-house toolkits, streamlined query solutions. So it's getting more complex. Previously, technical consultancies were one-stop shop, and now it's kind of engineering hub, systems integrator. Quality assurance was not really transparent, so we always said this very proprietary. Now we see the higher demand for transparency. Team skills, like we had physics background, geography background, now it is quite multidisciplinary, data science, engineering, machine learning, like it's getting more multidisciplinary, and standards. Like in the old days, we had 1 standard for power performance, now we have 4. TR6, MEASNet, it is getting more and more complex. And finally, so what are the challenges from a technical consultancy perspective? So do we need to have technology agnostic teams? Is software as a service becoming a black box? Proprietary applications in measurement systems like firmware updates and corrections. So these are also like not very transparent. Increased complexity of standards, increased multidisciplinary technical expertise, and faster delivery times, as well as improved accuracy requirements. And we can potentially, so we can discuss the potential of machine learning. And I'm not going into the HR points, so I think there's also a lot of potential there. But for the tool sets, we can already say that these are being leveraged by several providers. I will share later a slide about that. Service proposition is not really using that, but there is a potential of integration for complex services. Quality assurance, I think there is a huge potential there with use of ML, machine learning, to make it more efficient and faster, as well as standards. So digital exchange format, JSON schemas, so there is a big potential there as well. Long-term prediction, for example, Fraunhofer was using machine learning for wind speed vertical extrapolation. Wake modeling, simplifying elliptical CFD packages, which are very costly and require a lot of computation. One example is DNV's CFD-ML, and numerical weather predictions, potential for uncertainty quantification, seasonal variability, and extreme wind assessments. So for us, it's very important to have an explainable machine learning model. And traditional machine learning, when designed with explainability in mind, might deliver significant advantages, and consistent methods guarantees reproducibility. So therefore, we would like to have a subject matter specialist, reproducible and project-specific tuning. So therefore, we have this hybrid approach to balance automation and expertise. Remember, I said we are not really innovators. We are just trying to understand the market, the ecosystem, and challenge them and try to help the innovators to build the correct tools. So the high-risk tasks by experts, routine tasks by automation, integrated seamless workflow, and consider site-specific variability. And why we are doing this? Because we need to meet lenders' requirements and gain stakeholder trust. So one example is here when we are doing a new project. So for this project, we had achieved approximately 50% cost reduction and two times faster delivery compared to previous assessments, like conventional assessments. And you can see that for project management and liaison with the client, we are still have 100% expert involvement, and this is the critical part of the project. So for kickoff, bi-weekly meetings, internal technical meetings, interface management. For the first phase, the technical part, we have 60% of automation, roughly. We do 30 plus scenarios, generation of layouts, preliminary EYA, inter-array cabling, CapEx, LCOE for each scenario and in iteration. And then in the second phase, where we really have which will come, we will do site-specific complexities and bank rate analysis with flow model, atmospheric stability, uncertainty evaluation, and reporting, which will be approximately 20% automated. So what are the current challenges in EYA and mitigations and with different level of automation? So this is how we use this to address these challenges. So measurements on non-representative locations, we see this a lot. I can maybe talk about it later. So we tackle this by multi-scale modeling, proper uncertainty quantification, time varying, wake scenarios with automated tools is used to tackle the complex future neighboring turbine scenarios, like in the German Bight. Early stage validation framework is used to tackle the problem when we don't have specific measurement campaigns. Ensemble high fidelity modeling when we have wake modeling challenges, and tailored mesoscale, multi-scale modeling for complex wind climates. And yeah, so the framework to integrate analytics into automation, with automation into workflows. So we have four actually principles. So the basic principle is clear data pipelines, robust model development, workflow integration, and domain knowledge, as well as improvement cycles. And then following the best practices of Task 43, for example, and EYA specific frameworks. So we will have the framework for assessment and reporting of wind resources energy yield. So this will be quite detailed, as well as the digital exchange format. And finally, we might consider to apply like general frameworks like advanced technology roadmap architecture to see where this is going. And the trends are actually in line with the previous talks. We have open source tools, NREL tools, PyWake, WindKit, publicly available data set. A lot of data is available now in the North Sea, especially in Europe. RVO, Marine Data Exchange, EnergiNet, Bureau of Ocean Energy Management. Proprietary software as a service solutions with API access. Even engineering software now provide the API access. And we have increased documentation. And now I mentioned that we have a lot of providers, innovators in the space. Some of them are also in this room. And we try to collaborate with them to understand the challenges of the software and really help them and provide the best solutions for the clients. So the current applications in EYA are like long-term climate, and what is the potential benefit? Will it be more accurate? And the wake modeling, faster, cheaper than high fidelity CFD? Always a question mark. So these are always, I think, it's not really clear yet. So forecasting NWP, faster, cheaper, better accuracy, and quality assurance, faster and more robust delivery. But I'm quite optimistic about these potential benefits. Finally, so in order to understand where this is going, we need to have some kind of framework. So where are we today? So this is the ATRE framework, where we can really consider in a structured way where the technology is going. Where could we go, and where should we go, and where are we going? But we are like really in the ground fighting and we don't have this time in our industry, especially in the energy yield assessment community. So I will share some practical insights instead of a more scientific approach. So where are we today? We have faster, cheaper, and more robust early stage assessments. We have 3% total wind climate uncertainty in the Dutch North Sea, gold standard study for RVO. Kudos to K2M. So last study they were referring to mean bias of 0%, standard deviation of 2%. So this can be discussed in detail, but yes, that's one of the studies. Available good modeling of offshore conditions with mesoscale models without a site measurement campaign, increased site-specific modeling capability, and increased capability of modeling turbine interactions. Strengths and weaknesses. So we have improved efficiency, scalability, enhanced insight. Weaknesses are data quality and bias, explainability, integration of complexity. The opportunities of machine learning and digital innovation is refined bankability, standardization efforts, long-term gains, threats, regulatory lender skepticism, competition, rapid technology shifts, and cybersecurity IP risks. So key takeaways, partial automation over full autonomy at the moment for energy assessments, and bankability hinges on transparency. Focus on road mapping, integration to align technology, processes, stakeholders from a technical consultancy perspective. And what was really missing in this is focus was mostly offshore wind. Cost-benefit analysis of ML applications is not included. And more in-depth studies are obviously not available at the moment, but if you have a deeper conversation, happy to share some more insights. And my predictions. So we will have more accurate, lower uncertainty, faster and traceable EYAs in general, I think. Maybe a confidential blockchain. Developers are likely to have smaller teams relying on scalable solutions. Technical services will be more complex, intervened, and major competitors relying on specialized niche suppliers and collaborative delivering collaborative, transparent, value-driven solutions. Operators are likely to have ongoing dedicated teams for performance analytics in the future with strong focus on forecasting and performance improvement. And like call for action. So if you are already active, contributing actively, so please keep doing it and stay critical with rigorous QA processes, ask the questions and collaborate with us if you want to explore deeper on a pilot project. You can contact us as the Innovation Director, Tim Camp, at this email. Okay, I think I rushed a bit, but apologies for that. Yeah.
Thank you. Great. Are there any questions? Okay. Yes.
Hello, thank you for that interesting talk. I picked up on one of the slides that you stated the high-risk work should be done by experts and the routine work should be done automatically, which makes a lot of sense. But what sprang to my mind was, how did those experts become experts? The old model was the experts did the high-risk work and the trainees did the routine work. And the trainees then became the experts. So where do our experts come from if we hide how it's all done at the routine level?
Yeah, I think that's a very good question. Actually, I have been thinking about this when I have shower in the morning. So when I started to work, I was always on the field. I saw how, for example, when an anemometer freezes and then it explodes at some point in Scandinavia, and then you can see that in the time series and similar things. So you have like a met mass, tubular met mass, and then the boom is turning because the bolt gets loose, and then you have actually changing wind directions. And then you go there and then you see this, and then you have like a different feeling for the data you are observing. And now what I see when we train like junior analysts is they don't really go out, they don't see this. And we have a lot of pressure from management, investors to really efficiently deliver. I think probably this answer to your question is we need to have some kind of industry initiative where we have like the senior experts collaborating with the juniors and then having kind of sponsored training program for them. But for the industry, for the ongoing work, I don't think there is a workaround at the moment from our perspective. Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I have a question for you then, Akon. You talked about the need for expert oversight and also the need for interpretability in your automated or machine learning models. Are you able to just give a few more details about how you actually achieve that? I mean, you know, you have a black box, or what could be a black box. You've got an expert. Are you running sort of parallel calculations? How do you actually achieve that in practice?
Yeah, I mean, in practice, what we do is actually we have a very pragmatic approach. We run scenarios or like calculations in parallel with different software, and we have also some cumulated experience in certain areas, and we always go back and try to understand what was changed. And whenever we have like a new, and we try to adapt also new software solutions. So that's part where we really challenge the new solutions and try to both internally and externally with our partners, and then try to identify these topics. And then whenever we are not confident, we don't really use it externally, but we keep using it internally until we feel confident. So that's the first part. And the second part is we are always involved in these due diligence projects where we have real world data. It's very confidential. And then we have the potential to talk to really developers, project specific basis. And it is very comprehensive environment which brings a lot of insight into projects. So we have the opportunity to check the assumptions we have.
Okay.
I hope this makes sense.
Yeah, thank you. That's good. Question in the back here. Just hang on. Yeah.
Hello, I'm Henry from Octopus. We've got about 60 wind farms, and for each of those, we have a energy yield assessment done similar to this. A lot of those sites have debt on them, so the coverage ratio is important. But we still have lots of issues where performance drops and the sites go into lockup sometimes. And it's not really the gross yield that's the issue, it's the under prediction of the losses. So the balance of plant, availability, different types of curtailment, sort of grid curtailment, negative pricing. Do you do any work on forecasting those losses?
Yeah, that's a really pain point in the industry, and thanks for the question. I think this ties back to also to the topic raised by Charlie yesterday. So the open data availability of open data is quite important for us. For example, we had in the German Byte lots of issues with the HVDC stations, and then we had access to the statistics of this, and then we can just basically check. And then whenever we did due diligence or energy yield assessment, we can go back and say, hey, this is the historical performance we see. Probably we should have a lower technical availability for the digital, not digital, apologies, transmission asset availability. So we try to do it. So, and this is also where we have no automation at the moment. So this is really relies on the expert opinion. We try to have these interfaces whenever we do energy yield assessment or technical due diligence, and it's a lot of loops. So yeah, so I think it's a twofold answer. So expert interaction within the company and open data.
Thanks.
Good, thank you. Great. Well, let's thank Okan again. And I'd like to invite our next speaker, Miguel Brito, to come up. So Miguel is a project manager at EDP New. Over to you, Miguel.
Okay, so good morning, everyone. My name is Miguel Brito. I work as a project manager in the EDP R&D Center. and I'll talk a bit about Windwin, which is a project about digital twins for offshore wind. So I'll briefly talk about our research center and how it fits in the large-scale utility that is EDP. I'll do a brief overview of the project, and then we'll dive a bit into the case studies that we have defined for the validation. So bear with me, the ones who have already seen the first part on Tuesday, but yeah. So EDP is a global energy company, as most of you are aware. We operate through 4 regional hubs. In Europe, we have Lisbon and Madrid. In Asia, we have Singapore. And in North America, we have Houston, Texas in the USA, and Brazil in South America. All of this with around 13,000 employees. We have, by the end of 2023, 29 gigawatts installed, which jumped to 32 gigawatts in 2024, with around 57,000 gigawatt hour of energy produced in 2024, where most of this, like 95%, was renewable. We also have around 400,000 kilometers of networks. So how does the global research and innovation team fit into a large-scale utility? Well, we are trying to deliver value to the business units as fast as possible with scale and focus across our different geographies. For this, we have different research and innovation avenues, internal delivery, where we focus more on internal projects that are sponsored and that are wanted directly, usually by the business units. Here we work together with them to deliver something quickly. Then we have the innovation ecosystem where we try to work with startups and companies outside of EDP. We have some programs as well, like Energy Starter, to work with these companies, do pilots that are interesting for the company. Then we have venture investments, which is mostly about investing in these startups that we see value in. And then we have the R&D center, which I'm part of, and we'll dive a bit more into that. So at EDP R&D, we try to open new avenues for the business via collaborative R&D projects, mostly funded by the European Union, usually, together with other R&D centers, universities, or other industry as well. We focus mostly on projects with a lower technology maturity or lower TRL, while EDP Innovation focuses on slightly higher TRL, so we can all deliver value to the business units at different timescales. So right now we have around 40 ongoing R&D projects with 55 people in the team. We have over 40 million in grants secured, and we have delivered already more than 20 pilots in EDP assets with value for the company. So we are organized in these 5 different areas. I'm going to go briefly through them. So in networks, we have smart grids and mobility, client solutions, more with energy communities and electrification of the industry and distributed generation. Renewable generation assets, where I'm from, we focus on emerging renewables, hybridization, O&M strategies, and digitalization or digital technologies for renewables. Then in global energy management, we focus on storage and flexibility. And on the digital side, we focus on big data analytics, cybersecurity, so on. And then we have this business development area, which encompasses all the remaining ones and provides support. So diving now a bit deeper into the main topic, that is Windwin. So the main objective of Windwin is to enable comprehensive forecasts for offshore wind energy production and management as well. So the motivation here is the increase in size and height of the turbines, which has challenged some current design and operational tools. Wind conditions as well changing from the usual 50 to 100 meters to now coming to these higher height turbines, 100 to 400 meters. Wind conditions change a lot as well. And then producing a digital twin, which can facilitate as well the design phase. So to do this, we are trying to bridge knowledge gaps in connecting these different effects, which have different domain sizes, everything from climate effects, which has a very big domain size, to, for example, the turbulent or laminar flow surrounding the blades on a turbine. To do this, we are also using incorporating machine learning in our CFD to optimize the use of our high-performing computer resources. We can leverage here on the fact that we have Barcelona Supercomputing Center in our consortium, which has one of the biggest supercomputers in Europe. So to help this expensive from the computational point of view. Then we also want to bring real field data into these environments. And for this, we have some partners from the end user side as well. So here you can see our whole consortium. So for focus more on the climate event, we have Sintef and Cloud Plus Atlantic. Computation and machine learning in CFD, we have, as I mentioned, Barcelona Supercomputing, University Kassel, Fraunhofer. Then on focus on O&M and production and energy demands as well. We have Wavec, Solute, and EPRI. Focus on the software integration of the digital twin. We have Open Cascade. And then we have, which I think is very important here, these 4 companies that are representing 3 end users in the end. So we have EDP and Engie, which are representing Ocean Winds, basically, our joint venture, Iberdrola, and the Met Center as well. So all of this can provide very relevant information for all the more technical partners to do their development. So here you can see a brief overview of the wind twin concept and the digital twin component. I'm not a software engineer, so bear with me. The idea here is that the technological developments are as modular as possible. So we have different partners and different work packages focusing on different things like power production, climate effects, and resource assessment, and also energy demand and price, for example. And all of these will be modular. And then this digital twin core component will, through an API, retrieve the data from these components, make them interact, and we'll have the final digital twin result. So here we can see a brief overview of all the work packages that we have. So in work package 2, in data management, we are trying to build this architecture for the digital twin. Then the 4 middle work packages, so modeling of wake effects and wind turbines, resource assessment and power production, and energy distribution and demand of the end user. These will be the technical developments, which will interact through the digital twin development that is made in work package 6. And then finally, in work package 7, where most of these end users are part of, we will do the technological verification and also validation of the use cases. On the right, you can see a bit of the objectives in bullet points of the project. So we want to better understand wake effects, optimize spatial layout, for example, improve control strategies at a wind farm level, but also to do predictive models for both user electricity demand and price fluctuation as well. So here are some of the expected results of the project. In gray, we can see a bit more focused on the physical modeling, so high-resolution models coupled with these mesoscalar flows, wake models for floating wind turbines using that machine learning applied to CFD, and with wind turbines physical modeling, which will be integrated as well with real data and the other models like wind resource assessment, power and weather forecasting, energy demand, And all of this will compose the digital twin, which, as I mentioned, will be validated with these real scenarios, which I'll talk a bit now. So our first case study or validation will be the power production for a floating wind farm. Here we will focus on the pilot site in Portugal, Windfloat Atlantic, off the coast of Viana do Castelo. Here we have a bit of an issue. So even with all of these end users, we still have a problem with data confidentiality and sensitivity, as it has been a problem mentioned here. So even with the end users part of the consortium, we still have to divide a bit the connection between the data, the real data from the end user, and the forecast from the digital twin. So in this case, ourselves and NG will act as a buffer between these. So we'll receive the forecast from the digital twin, compare it with the real data, and provide some KPIs to the digital twin so it can adapt and improve its prediction. We'll focus on two different scenarios here, free-stream condition and waked condition. So for Windfloat Atlantic, this will be 95% of the time in free stream, since it's a very small wind farm, only 3 wind turbines. So waked condition is not really as much of an issue here. However, focusing now on the short-term power prediction in real-time mode, here the pilot will be East Anglia 1, a wind farm with 714 megawatts, with 100 turbines, more or less. So here we'll do this validation of the forecasted power production in real-time mode, focusing on 2 different time ranges prediction. So very short range, which will be on the 2-hour prediction and the day-ahead prediction, similar to what they do to participate in the market. Then the third validation case will be the energy distribution and demand. Here the pilot site will be the Portuguese electricity system. So we will focus here on different time horizons, both in the intraday energy services and day-ahead markets, to try to enhance forecasting accuracy and support this energy distribution planning. Here we've already seen end users being showing a lot of interest in these energy distribution and demand models. So we'll try to validate this with not only the real data, but also comparing with the end users already models that they have. Finally, the last case study that we'll focus on is short-term energy storage control model. Again, here the case study will not really have a validation per se, as there is no storage in Windfloat Atlantic. So the pilot here will be the same as for the first use case, and we will focus on two different things here. So we will focus on the design phase of the optimal installed capacity, and we'll focus as well on different energy storage technologies. So, for example, we'll focus on lithium-ion, hydrogen, or a mix of different storage technologies. But we'll also develop an energy storage control model to try to maximize economic returns for the offshore wind farm, and see how we can play this with these different designs and different energy storage technologies as well. So thank you for your time, and I'm open to any questions.
Thank you, Miguel. Are there any questions, Miguel? I've got one for you, Miguel. So I'm interested in the sort of potential end uses that you've identified for this, and whether the sort of thought process that went into that. Were there particular end uses questions that you wanted to answer, and then the model sort of developed from that, or was it almost the other way around? You wanted to develop a comprehensive digital twin of a wind farm, and then out of that, there's a number of different potential end uses.
So this European project, I'm not sure if you're aware of how they're formed. we initially, so there's a call from the European Union, usually around a certain topic. We gather a consortium, we develop a proposal. So all of this consortium is already gathered and focused before the project is approved. So the concept comes from all of us at the same time. We try to, so it's a bit of both, I guess. So we try to develop so we can have the end users interested. And for us, especially in EDP, we try as much as possible to include our business units in this project so that the project in the end can have some real value for the industry and not just be a research project, which sometimes can lose a bit its focus for the industry. So we try to include them as early as early as possible in this process, so we can have the end users impacting the design phase, but also the technology developers steering as well to how they want to do their research.
And do you see the use of the model in pre-construction, in project planning, or do you see it in operation, or both? What's the?
I think we'll see an interest in both. Right now, the model is still in production, so I didn't mention this, but the project started in June of last year. So we're like 10 months into the process. It's a 3-year project, so we'll start validation in 9 months from now. But I think we'll see interest from the end users on the operational phase, and that's where we'll see the validation to compare with their own physical models and see how if we can improve on them and compare with also the real data from the market. But at the same time, using mostly open source data that we'll use, we can see an opportunity in the design phase, even to study a new concept.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Yeah. Any other?
I had a question, Ben Babra from Onyx. I've not really done too much with CFD since leaving university. I was interested to hear you're using ML to optimize the simulation. I was just wondering if you could tell us more details on that.
So I'm in the same boat as you. So we're not really the partners that focus on the machine learning and CFD side of things. As I mentioned, we mostly focus on end user side. So CFD for me ended with my master thesis so far. So I can't really delve too deep into that.
Okay, thanks.
No worries.
We have an online question. In the development of your digital twins, how important is actual turbine data? Like, for example, blade aerodynamics and turbine data.
Yeah, so I think it's really important to feed the whole digital twin and to make it as close to real life as possible. But of course, we always have these issues with sensitivity and confidential data, and the end users not really wanting to share their own data, or sometimes not even having access to that data. In the case of, for example, Windpower, since the turbine is from Vestas and they provide all the O&M, it's not really up to them even to provide that data. So we try to have as much as possible, and we try to convince the end users that this is something that will benefit them in the long run, and also try to use as much open source data as possible. So I think it's definitely important, but an issue at the same time.
Good. Well, yeah, thank you, Miguel. Yeah, very interesting. Yeah. Next section. And I'd like to invite Jos Vanberg, who is lead data scientist, data intelligence at Peakwind. So Jos, over to you.
Thanks for the invite. Let's see. Yeah, my name is Jos Vanberg. I've been working in the industry for the last 15 years, but I've been working into data science for the last 35 years. So I've been around, and to be honest, it's more or less the same I did 35 years ago. it's just completely different. The program's much more adaptable. Like you can work so much faster in it, but the idea about creating knowledge is the same. Just see here. I'm working in the Pigwind. It's not just a commercial in about what the Pigwind does. It's also to say when I do make my model, I have a broad spectrum of colleagues who I can then talk about the model if it makes a true picture or not. It's also when I do a model for an asset, we have the people on ground who can then interact and tell, does it show a true picture? And as soon as it doesn't, then they can come back and we can find out what do we need to show a true picture. But so it's both about, we have asset and owner management, we have general consulting, technology, power to X, and battery storage. So quite broad. Today, I'm going to talk about contractual availability settlement, and I want to show you a different way of doing it. And it's built on sort of three main blocks. First, I'll tell about some of the challenges today, then how to improve, and then give a case story, give some examples. Contractual availability settlement. It's a contract between the owner and the OEM about delivering on a certain performance level. If the OEM perform above, they get a bonus. If they don't, they have to pay. Once a year, they deliver the settlement. They have an overall number telling if they have to pay or if they have to get a bonus. And then they usually have per turbine, the result per turbine. And then they deliver the details about every outage, whether it's to be included or not. So you have one line per outage, start, end, turbine number, and then, of course, duration, but you could calculate that yourself when you have the start and stop. But then they give you the course, whether it's excluded, included, and what's the lost production. That's what they're entitled to show you, or they have to show you. It's in the contract, so they can do it. And what the owner have, well, you can accept it. You can start looking at each of the line, saying, do I agree in that or not? Or you can try sort of challenge it. It's like the owner is, I tried to make a picture, it's like a prosecutor telling this this event is guilty, this is guilty, this is guilty. You have to be like the defense attorney saying, well, it's not guilty. It needs to be included in the settlement, but you have to prove it. Remember, you have the OEM, they have a build-up system. They have the people on ground, on the asset. They have the expertise. They have a big machine making monthly reporting, doing analysis and so on. And the owner might just be a small owner of a single farm, might be a bigger, but even though you haven't built up the same machinery. So it's quite, oh, I was too fast here. They even have the, full resources. But the owner, they have quite limited people. There's a time limit as well. And further, you can see it's an actual Excel they deliver. And we are in 2025. So it's amazing. So you get these, and it could be like 50,000 lines of outages. There could be another 30,000 lines of curtailment and maybe 1,000 manual adjustments. And you have to aggregate that. But there's a lot of challenges just getting additional data. It's quite busy, this one, and it's the purpose. It's telling about some of the challenges, and it's the easiest way of the owner is actually just to accept it, but they lose a lot of money. There's a lot of work in it. Just getting additional data is a fight. We talked a lot about it also during yesterday. And if you get the data, there's no metadata description. There's no specification about how it is. It might not be exactly the same as the owner used for the reporting. About the settlement, there's a lot of things not specified. So the first part is like different data issues. Then you have settlement issues. Then there's the time and resource issues. So it's like an uneven fight. It's like David's fight against Goliath. And David cannot find the stones. So, but we can help David creating the stones by building a model and get all the insights in it. And it's, as you all know, how to build a model. You need some data. You need to blend it, enrich the data, and then get some output tool. It's possible here as well. I'll not go into the details here because you all know sort of the idea about it. This is a bit of the thing. I'll just see here. We have the data collection. You need at least to have, of course, you have the settlement data, but you should have some SCADA data as well to sort of build a quick model by yourself. First part is, of course, cleaning it, building the machine. I use a program called Alteryx. It's absolutely fantastic, very fast. And people talk about black box, building it in a black box. But what I do, I actually color code the different modules. So it's anything but black. It's very colorful. And in this path, after blending, you enrich the data, like also estimating empiric power curve, estimating the different laws, estimation methods used for benchmarking against the OEM. And then you need an output tool, so it's possible to get an overview. And you need, when you work then with a settlement, you need to find patterns. So you need something, getting an overview of a focus, and then you need some insights. So I have here at the top, I have some different tools giving overview. It could be of the whole farm. It could be of a specific period with a specific purpose. And here you find the patterns. If you find a pattern, you can then go back into your model, specify the pattern there, and then you can get all with these specifics. So you can, instead of only working with the biggest discrepancies within the Excel, you can get all 50,000 events sort of evaluated. And then when you find out here's a settlement you do not agree on, you need an event profile where you can sort of focus on that event. And the way they are built, it's both giving some visual and aggregate overviews, but it's also delivering documentation on 10 minutes interval. So if the OEM does not agree on a specific number, we can go down into every 10 minutes interval and say, okay, where do you not agree? Is it in these 10 minutes interval? Because we've used exactly the same method as you. So it gives you a very good case against the OEM. Now I'll go to the case stories. And here you have example where the OEM have estimated that this event, that there's a loss on 250 megawatt, but our model tells it's 317 megawatt. So it's 26% higher. And you can say if you can identify it in a single event, you can identify it for all events. And if it's a major thing, you can say, well, there's a serious thing we need to discuss here. You simply underestimate the loss. In this case, it's even very, very sort of easy because most of the time you have a perfect wind, so it's max capacity. So there's absolutely no excuse that this is underestimated. I'll show you a few other, and these visuals, they're very good in explaining the story, good for storytelling. If you take the one up here, you have a situation with negative prices. The whole asset are locked down. After the situation with negative prices, you have the three red marked period. It's the 3 turbines not getting back into production, and they are still claiming for negative prices. So a visual like this is very intuitive, easy to understand. This is wrong. The next one down here at the bottom, it's a situation. The OEM have identified a period where there's an event starting from here. But if you look at the black spot, there's nothing there. So there's a part which they haven't included. And if you even see some of the rows as well, the excuse or the cause where they classify that it is to be excluded, it's this row here. But the actual event of that alarm is very small, whereas there's a longer alarm telling that it should be included, but they didn't select that one. So it's another example there. If you look at the bottom right corner there, you see another example. They have identified an event which they say is to be excluded, but it's the actual event is only a very small fraction of the whole event. The major part of the event consists of other alarm codes telling it is to be excluded. Again, for each of these, we have the visual, and they are then supported with both aggregate and detailed tables to document it. As soon as you identify a pattern, you can go back to the model, specify the pattern, and get see exactly how many events fall into this. Working with these tools also ensure that you can look at the pattern for all the small events. All the small events you'll never come to if you only work in the Excel. So this is sort of next step beyond Excel. You can choose. Do you want to work in the Excel? A lot of people feel comfortable when working with Excel, but it put a lot of limits. Or you can go colorful and start working with AI and some of the very good outputs. The very good thing is that they produce the visuals, which is good for storytelling, and at the same time create the documentation, and you can export it as a PDF, export it to Excel to include in further work. And it is completely holistic, taking all time intervals. So again, just summing up, the old ways working in Excel, just when you ID a single line, now this is wrong. How do I find all the other Excels, which are like this one? It takes a lot of time when they do to do that, and to make the documentation, you have to go from the Excel, look at maybe the monthly report or daily reports. Do we have any documentation here? It's a tedious work. So there's huge limitation how many events you actually do assessment for, and how deep you can go. Whereas the new ways, it ensures you can include all the different events. And imagine if you then say, now I'll focus on all the events with a discrepancy more than 5%. You get a list of the events, and you can go in and get a profile of each of them, or talk about the difference. Is the difference because we are not agree on the loss production calculated, or is it because there's simply some periods they haven't included within the same sort of time period? So that's it.
Thank you. Yes, question at the back here. Yeah.
Thank you. Great. Great presentation. Very annoying topic for a lot of asset owners. So it's good that you guys are tackling it. Where is the source of the data? Do you start with what they sent, what the OEM sends? Is that the starting point?
The more you get, the better.
Yeah.
You can build a very simple model if you only have the Excel, but still, getting it into a model in 10 minutes interval, then you can start looking at patterns across. But it gets so much better if you start getting some production data, some event data. Sometimes we only got hourly production, but even there you can estimate a lot of things. If you can get 10 minutes interval and event, you even get a step higher. The more data you get, the better model you can get. And you can also include external data like wind data to secure an extra estimation of lost production, and also to estimate if they say, well, we couldn't get out there. Well, then we can say, well, there was only 6 meters per second. So why couldn't you? So the more data you can get, the better model you can make.
Okay, thanks.
Question at the front.
Yeah. Hi. Yeah, thanks. And yeah, I second that. I know it's a annoying topic for many asset owners. I was just wondering so I think that, as you pointed out, there's kind of two main areas of potential disagreement: how you classify the events, or which events are we taking into account, and then how you calculate the lost production. In your experience or opinion, which one of those do you think has the biggest potential for inaccuracy?
Definitely both of them. But because both of them, there's a lot of discussion in. I think this issue and what I've described might be usable for the next 10 years. I'm sure in the future, a part of every contract we'll use this model. There's a lot of double work here. So for the project itself, imagine if we agree on that we use this combined model, this way of doing it, both the OEM and share the data, common data. It would be much better for the project, because all parties want is a better performance. But now it's like you have the one side with the upper hand, the OEM, and the owner here. They should meet in the middle.
And a question at the back here.
Yeah, Ben again, sorry. So in wind, I tend to find we get quite insular and look at wind itself. Coming from a couple of years working in other industry, there's a very similar problem. Have you explored other industries like engineering, technology?
Not regarding this one, but I suppose the principle is exactly the same. There's an owner or an operator doing a settlement and only sharing a fraction of what the other party should have to do a proper assessment. It's this can be done between an OEM and owner. It can be done between an OEM and a partner. A lot of times, what we meet is somebody wanting a second opinion. And, all these SCADA error, missing data, there's so many excuses for them to exclude. I think if there's any missing data by default, it should just be pure downtime until they give you better data. So
burden of proofs on the equipment manufacturer to prove that there is the burden of proof on the OEM.
Exactly.
To prove.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I just find it interesting because people have sold engineering equipment for a long time. Generally sold it at, the trend's been trying to sell it more at cost price and then make the money on the service contract, which includes the availability guarantee.
Exactly.
So I was wondering if there's precedents from other industries to explore to help, rather than solving this in a new way for wind. I go, this worked for a gas turbine, this worked from what I worked baggage handling systems.
I'm sure you could do exactly the same. And it is a golden egg for the OEMs. You can just see it, their annual account. It's where they earn the most of their money.
Hello. So one of the big challenges we have is when the OEMs do partial curtailments, so they de-rate the turbines down to half or something. It won't usually appear in the event logs. But then also as well, the calculation mechanism for how much lost production that was. If you look through the O&M agreements, it can be very, very complicated. There's like 5 different methods, and there's like a hierarchy of which method you use. Does a bit of software kind of factor in that in an automatic way?
Yes, because well, sometimes you do get the curtailment tax. A lot of times you don't, but it doesn't matter. We always also calculate our own estimated curtailment based on sort of the behavior of the turbine compared to maybe neighboring turbine or average. And if you do that, you get a very, very close estimate to if you get the tax, it's about 95%. Or something like that. So you can easily use it. And having these visual tools, you can always look at the performance of this turbine compared to the neighboring turbine. Do we agree, even though you don't provide the curtailment tax, that it is curtailed?
So, and is that something that's baked into the tool that you're using, or is that an additional method that you've developed?
It's like one of those modules I build on when I enrich the data.
Okay, so it's something Peak Wind have built in-house.
Yes, but it's common sense. But it's always difficult when you worked a long time with different things. You think that it's common sense because you just do it without thinking of it. But then, if you have to start from scratch, it's might be more challenging.
Thanks.
Just a commercial softball question for you. How are you selling this? Is this like a software or tool or a service that Peak Wind does?
It's an ad hoc basis. We have the different modules, but you never know what kind of data you have. So you always need to do some sort of data boxing in order to the data can have all different kind of formats and so on. So usually there's a lot of work just getting data ready for it. And then we have our different modules, which are quite easy to add on. And as well also our different output. So the work is in the start. And then we have the black box or colorful box. So.
Great. Okay. Well, yeah. Thank you. That's very, very interesting. So, in a slight change to the published program, Onyx Insight is now going to be represented by Evgenia Golisheva. Sorry if I said that wrong. He's the VP of Marketing and Strategy. So, welcome.
This is it. Good morning, all. I'm very pleased to be here. I'm Evgenia Galisheva from Onyx Insights. I'll start with good news and bad news. The bad news that instead of my younger, smarter, and better-looking colleague that you see in your program, you've got me. The good news, we're only 25 minutes away from the break, so it's going to be relatively painless. A few introductory words about Onyx Insights. We're a global company headquartered in the UK. Product development is based in the UK. We provide software and monitoring solutions to just over 28,000 turbines worldwide, monitoring equipments, looking at different data for our customers, or offering software products so they can do it themselves. Onshore, offshore, direct drive, geared, we've got it all. Early on, when we developed the software, we realized that the smaller turbines, they don't have a CMS. So we developed our own system, which was meant to be to plug the gap. It turned out to be very successful. So we've retrofitted over 10,000 equipments across the entire global fleet. We now the sole provider to GE turbines. So if you buy in Sierra or Cypress turbines, they will come with our equipment as well. And really, it's a combination of both. Half of the turbines that we're monitoring using our kit and half using any condition monitoring system out there. But really, our core is engineering. We have a strong engineering team in US, in Asia, in Europe, solving issues, looking at root cause analysis, optimizing O&M, doing technical advisory. And really, when we think of ourselves, we think ourselves of offering products and solutions designed by engineers for engineers. So we've been in this space for almost 20 years, and we always looked at reliability. And no one could care less, apart from the asset owners that actually dealt with the issues. Well, guess what? For the past 2 years, the reliability became the hot topic. Everyone wanted to talk to us. And it's not surprising. We develop new turbine technologies. Almost every year, there is a new turbine on the market. There is a huge pressure on CapEx, so the designs need to become more compact, cheaper, lighter, because the turbines are getting larger. So the power density is increasing a lot. And although we've done our lessons learned, we know what works and what doesn't, we keep encountering new issues because the technology is evolving so fast. OEMs don't have a luxury of testing it for years like they used to. They have to get it on the market very fast. So we do see a lot of teething issues with almost every new turbine out there. At the same time, our fleet is getting older. So the average fleet of US fleet and a lot in Europe is approaching the magic number of 10 when the aging issues begin to manifest themselves. So every year we run an industry report. We talk to industry professionals across the whole board, service providers, asset owners, insurers, investors. We ask them a set of questions just to get their feel, what are they experiencing, how they're looking to deal with things. And not surprising that last year, majority of them were expecting even higher number of issues, both from new turbines and the aging fleet. On the positive side, you can see the significant proportion expected improved cost management with predictive maintenance. So today, I'm going to show you a simple example, one implementation with one of US operators, which achieved 30% reduction in downtime days and 70% reduction in derated days. Quick recap on the costs. I'm sure I'm not saying anything new here. Up to 60% of OPEX cost is spent on unscheduled maintenance. And it's heavily dominated by major component issues. The gearbox and the drivetrain, it's still taking majority of it, with blades catching up fast and with new things emerging as well. And really, for most of the asset owners, predictive maintenance on major components is a known thing. You instrument a CMS, there's a lot of detection methods available there. It's fairly straightforward. But we can still see few challenges. The first one is how we deal with it. So to start with, it's all very simple. You acquire the data, comes from different sources, you processed it. There is some intelligence in automating this process and prioritizing it. We issue reports. Most of us here probably color-coded it to make it easy. You know, it's your traffic light system. There is a clear recommendation. But that's not. This is just the beginning of the journey, because then you need to interface with your field teams, with your contractual management teams. You need to look at what else you have out there. You need to schedule it. And this is where entire system breaks down. When people ask me who is your main competitor, I always honestly say it's Microsoft Excel. I think there's like a gazillion of spreadsheets that managing the entire industry. And maybe there is one huge spreadsheet that is managing the entire world order. I don't know. But there's lots of emails flying around. And now imagine multiplying it by 10 or 20, because on a large fleet, you have continuous issues happening. Imagine these issues are spread across the globe. Very few of us are operating in a single region. As soon as I gone through my round of meetings and I achieve the resolution, something else pops up. I'll need to start all over again. And it happens again and again and again. The other issue we see is around data. There are a few things. So for example, when we look at the turbine, the gearbox failures were probably the first ones we encountered. So there's a lot of technologies to monitor the drivetrain. There's lots of sensors available. That's not a problem. But as I mentioned, the new issues come up. The rotors are getting larger, so we begin to see a lot of pitch bearing issues. The drivetrains themselves are getting a bit more complicated. We begin to implement journal bearings, which is completely new technology, and we'll need to think how to deal with it. Blades failures we see more and more often. So really, when you think about your condition monitoring system, you need to think, will it grow with me? Will it grow with my fleet, and will it grow with the turbine technology? The other issue comes from very unexpected source. A lot of CMS systems out there, when we come to, to implement our software, we realize because they were set up a long time ago, often they're not configured correctly. So you actually miss some of the features in the signal and potentially miss detection on many failures. Even more simply, we find surprising number of sensors or the entire CMS systems not functioning. So essentially, asset owners are flying blind. They think they've got it covered. They've implemented the CMS. They've already signed the contracts. But when we look at it, there is a huge amount of systems that are simply not sending data. So we've done a simple calculation. On this particular case, you could save 56,000 turbines per turbine over 5 years. That's great. But in reality, the damage could be significantly greater, both in costs and reputational image. Imagine, as a head of predictive maintenance department, you miss a catastrophic failure. What? Because you just simply didn't see the functioning system. So it's worth monitoring the monitors themselves, and there are solutions available to improve it as well. So going back to the point of issue management, let's follow a main bearing failure. You've detected a main bearing, you've seen these graphs hundreds of times before, vibration goes up. Usually you would have sent the report out. In this case, we raise an issue in case management, all relevant parties are alerted. Some additional data sorts as well, in this case, is temperature. It's available in Fleet Monitor, but it could be some other type of data that, would be coming from a different department or different part of your business. You've scheduled the inspections, all complete, inspection is done. So at this point, you're probably looking at me saying, this is so simple. It is. And this deceptively simple system is actually surprisingly impactful. So this is the result of the implementation. It's US operator. They have just over 1,000 turbines, very competent technical team. So they're not just some yahoos out there. They don't have their own techs. They don't do maintenance in-house, but they do manage aspects of the maintenance, especially major component replacements in-house. And even with all the experience, they spent all of their time firefighting. And while they're firefighting, equipment is down or derated. So you can see before they implemented case management, huge amount of down days and derated days. As soon as the number of cases going up, the amount of derated and downtime days is going down. It's, as simple as that. To make the story a bit more interesting, actually halfway through this process, they brought another 60% of their fleet for in-house management. And it went without a hitch. And you can't see any blips on anything. And they honestly told us afterwards we wouldn't be able to manage it without the system. 60 users using it on a daily basis, everyone from store managers to fleet managers to technicians. And it's not only about enabling communication between teams. It's also about having all relevant information for this asset in one place. You could have your contracts, you could have your insurance claims. So it becomes a single source of truth. And once you digitize it, then the world is your oyster. You can look at your priorities, you can look at what components hurt most. You can look at the effectiveness of your CMS systems. How is my diagnostics working? What is the rate of my true positives and true negatives? Is it performing as it should? Is it worth what I paid for it? Where are my bottlenecks? Where am I spending most of my time? Is it waiting for cranes, for the techs? And what can I do about it? And can I run much better? So it's really about making it more scalable. And once you've stopped the routine firefighting, then you can become much smarter. You can actually implement some different things. So in this particular case, remain in useful life. So then when I optimize my maintenance, I don't just look at available resources, but I also look at how to get the most out of my asset. So to conclude, everything starts with the data. I don't need to tell this audience importance of the data. You know it without me. The one thing I'd say, don't take anything for granted. Only because you installed something several years ago doesn't mean it still performs like it should. And I've been in this sector for 15 years. And I keep thinking about the quote from Anna Karenina, all happy families are alike, and each unhappy family is unhappy in its own way. I always think it's exactly the same with the wind farms. So for us, it's not about smart analytics. For us, about scalable analytics that works across the board. Just a little bit of fun from the same example as I used before. We've calculated the saved energy, and it would be enough to power Amsterdam for just under 2 years. So don't leave this revenue on the table. You could do something about it. And I mentioned the industry report that we've done last year. We're halfway through putting together this year one. I spoke about 20 organizations so far. It's fully anonymous. If you have thoughts that you'd like to share, please contact me in the break or message me. I think it's very important to get a broad perspective from different regions and different operations to see what we can learn from it. But one question I ask people is, what do they expect in 2025? And also, what would be the one message they want to give to the industry? And while the level of optimism about 2025 varies, some people expect reduction in interest rates and better things. Some people think we're not out of the woods yet, and we're not going to see groundbreaking changes in this year, but things will improve afterwards. One thing, they're surprisingly unanimous in the message to the industry. It's really uncanny. Every single organization is saying, let's get the basics right. Spares, tax, predictive maintenance, but get it in a way that it it forms a very solid foundation that you can build on. Don't chase the next new things. Make the things that you have work consistently and control how they work. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Yeah, one at the back here.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this interesting presentation. I wonder, so basically, for nearly every part, there is a CMS system. You could have additional sensorics, and it would be nice to have sensors at each component of a turbine to get additional insights. But if you have to decide to the most important components where you would like to have additional sensors installed, additionally to the SCADA data you get, which one would you choose?
Depends which turbine technology you have. When I started in this industry, I could bet my house that, you know, each turbine have to be instrumented, every single thing that you can put on, you put in. After 15 years, I realized there's no universal CMS system that will deliver the value for everything. Each turbine has its weak point. Each business has its weak point. And you need to focus on the components that have the most impact. Blades is the very hot spot at the moment. But as I mentioned, the pitch bearings, I imagine, drivetrain is covered, structural components. Also, there is a lot around smaller components, your pitch drives, your yaw drives and things. You just need to look at your numbers, where it hurts most. And there's lots of technologies available out there.
We've got a question over the far side. Yeah.
Very good presentation. There was a pie chart showing the split up of operations and maintenance areas. It was for 1 to 2 megawatt assets, which is like pretty legacy. We know we have an average of about 3 out there globally at the moment. Gearbox was the biggest one, and it looks like you have a great product for Gearbox. But do you have any more recent data, and have you seen the O&M shift into different areas? You mentioned blades just a second ago.
We do have more recent data. We're just too lazy to update it. We haven't seen, despite of the noise around the blades, the failure rate remains fairly low. So we haven't seen a significant shift away from the drivetrain to blades or other components. Of course, it's technology dependent. Of course, it's gear drive. So if you look at direct drive, you don't have a gearbox. And indeed, the failure rate on direct drives is significantly lower, but then the cost and the length of replacement gets more complicated. So, you know, on the total cost, you probably end up with like for like.
But do you think the blade repair is not always due to failure? It's due to just the operations of maintenance. Do you see that to be increasing as blade sizes get larger?
100%. Yeah. And actually often, again, in the survey, one of the questions is where is your, do you in your O&M spend per megawatt, do you see it's, you know, over your budget, under your budget, in line with expectations? And most people that are under FSA contracts, they say, look, we're under FSA, so it's in line, but blades are excluded. So blades wear and tear, exactly the repairs, the lead edge repairs, they're often carved out of the FSA. So this is the one additional cost that most operators see. So it's worth checking.
Thanks.
Any other questions? I've got a question for you. So we were talking yesterday about the issue of false positives and the fact that you know you've probably only got 1 or 2 shots at getting it wrong. But you were talking today about the importance of your system being scalable and being able to bring on new farms and new turbines quickly. So I just wonder if you've got a comment on how you deal with the issue of bringing on maybe new variants or new types of turbines and avoiding those sort of false positives or even false negatives.
we in slightly luxurious position of having been doing it for many years and having huge amount of data. So for the completely new turbines, we have a lot of experience to rely on. So we haven't dealt, even though designs are changing, they're not revolutionary changes, they're evolutionary changes. So there's always predecessing technologies that we can rely on to start with. And then as you get more data, you fine tune it. But we also, when I talk about monitoring the monitoring systems, we're doing it ourselves. So we have huge quality improvement programs where we check every single case. We track our own KPIs. We track our false negatives and false positives rates, investigate every single, however rare the issues where we got it wrong, and make sure that we continuously improve. So we're doing exactly what we preach.
Yeah. Good. Thank you. Great. Well, yeah, thank you very much
Thank you.
for stepping in. So we'll have our coffee break now, and if we can be back ready to start at 10:50, that would be great. Thank you.
Yeah, that's perfect. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you'd like to make your way back into the room, we'll start very shortly. Thank you. It always seems such a shame to break up the interesting discussion, but I think we need to try and get to lunch on time. So we need to get going. So yeah, great. Well, let's jump in, and yeah, I'd like to welcome Phil Bradstock, who's the head of analytics at BitBloom. Come and talk to us. I actually used to work with Phil. He's one of the smartest guys I know, so I'm very much looking forward to this talk. Over to you, Phil.
Yeah, thanks everyone. I guess on that note, David was the first person to hire me, so it's maybe due to David that I'm in the wind industry at all. Who knows? There's nowhere to put the water. Yeah, today I'm going to be talking about making sure that we maximize operational performance with what we call an operational analytics intelligence platform. So just to introduce myself a bit more, so yeah, Phil Bradstock, and I've been in the wind industry about 15 years now, starting with aeroelastic modeling, moving into wake modeling, and now these days focusing on analytics and algorithms for performance optimization. So firstly, what is the whole business case and value proposition of what we do briefly? So primarily, the problem we have is that if you're not analyzing your operational data, then you're likely losing revenue due to issues one way or another. So the main things that we can do by deep analyzing this data is we can increase efficiency with performance monitoring, condition monitoring, making sure you're applying the right regulations, and also explaining your budgets and long-term performance with yield insights and budget reconciliation. We primarily deliver this through our software product Sift. I'd just like to point out at this moment that there is no relationship between Sift and LeadVent, despite the slightly similar logos. We thought it was original, but apparently other people are that. Yeah, and Sift is already being quite widely used and trusted by many partners in industry. So when I look at the operational performance analytics landscape today, there's been a huge surge in data science and algorithms in recent years and how effective we are at using data. And there's many smart people coming up with many of these algorithms. Very pleased to hear David considers I'm one of them. But this in many ways is actually the easy part. We've shown that we can develop good algorithms that bring insights, but at the system level, there's maybe something slightly lacking there. And my kind of thesis for this talk is that actually at the system and industry level, it's easier to generate all these advanced analytics than to deliver genuine value from them. So I'm going to talk a bit about our vision and process of how we actually have a system to make sure we deliver value from those analytics. So a few key questions to answer. How do we condense all this data so that it's easily digestible? How do we design good alerts? How do we communicate the results, providing a holistic explanation of the problem? And then how do we scale this to all these gigawatts of assets, ever increasing each year that we have? So how do we condense the data? Well, we have a kind of standard backbone in the way that we do this in terms of sifting through the data. So at the top, we have all sorts of data going in. 10-minute SCADA is the big one, but also using other useful data like event logs, reanalysis data, high frequency data, all the data sources Charlie mentioned. And then this ultimately produces time series data, and we need to classify that. So we get to a point that we have classified time series data. And then we need to aggregate it, which consists of filtering, binning, and taking some metrics, and that produces analyses. So this isn't fantastically complex, this bit. There is space in there to put in more kind of advanced intelligence, if you like, and that comes in primarily through data enrichment. So you might have physics-based rules from things like air density corrected wind speed, and you may also have like machine learning methods to develop ultimately new time series that we then put back through into the same process of aggregation. Also, what metrics you're calculating also has a lot of intelligence in it, and domain expertise is really important through this. For each analysis, how are you filtering, and what metrics are you taking are really, really important. And often that domain expertise is more important than how advanced your machine learning algorithm is. But then once you have those analyses, you need to make sure you deliver value from it. And that's really where the front end part of the platform comes, which no, laser doesn't work, which is visualizations, alerting, issue management, and then bringing in language-based AI into that as well. So just to quickly go through aggregation. So filtering the data, we use a few approaches here: valid signal ranges, a lot of rule-based flagging, you bringing in event data to do sample classification as well, and also time series pattern algorithms like looking for repeating values or looking for certain time series gradients in the data. Then binning that data by time periods, turbines, perhaps data signals such as wind direction sectors, and then calculate some metrics on it, which could be anything from basic statistics like the mean or standard deviation in a particular time period, or they could be more sort of advanced or bespoke calculations as well. So that, simply put, if you want to know how your rated rotor speed is tracking over time, then take the generator speed signal, filter it for normal operation and wind speed above 12 meters per second, bin it by turbine and day or month, and then take the mean of that. And that, for example, could be a simple metric for tracking rated generator speed and making sure no turbines are sort of changing that over time, for example. So once we develop those analytics, how do we alert on them? So this is one of the key points about needing to aggregate the data, really, is that if you're working with 10-minute data, the noise level is very high. So if you were to have an alert that's a simple threshold, then if you put that too low, you're going to have a lot of false positives. And if the higher that line is, then the more false negatives you have. If you aggregate down to a longer time period, your noise reduces. That gives you a lot of benefit in terms of lowering that threshold level. But of course, you do have the downside of you're looking over longer time periods, so you potentially have slower action on that. And that's really a business dependent thing in this case. What are you monitoring, and how important is it that you act within a couple of days or a couple of months at the longer scale? So just on that a bit further in terms of when, and we've had some discussion a little bit about, false positives and false negatives, and the technical terms for the ratios of those things are often called precision. Can you trust a certain alert, and sensitivity? How many are you catching? When you've got noisy data, and wind energy data is naturally stochastic. If you use classical statistics, then we believe classical statistics is very trustable because they're easy to interpret, and most people know what you're dealing with a bit of explanation. So you can use that trustability, but then you might have a lack of sensitivity because you can only, depending on where you put your threshold level, but you often have a lack of sensitivity. The key point I want to get here is there's a lot of value of combining different analyses. So it's not just about having one analysis, and when you combine them, so you might combine such an analysis with then a machine learning model that can be really sensitive, but not very well trusted because it's a black box or people don't understand it, etc. But then combining these, so using ML, but backing it up with statistics. And it's not just limited to 2 analyses, bring in as many as you can. So now, most importantly, I think, how do we communicate these results? And an issue we see very often, and I've heard a little bit of OEM resistance talk going on and so on, is how do we make sure this observation leads to action? We have to work through many stakeholders here who all have to kind of feed that information onto one another. And of course, they all have questions. Apart from the turbines, they do what they're told. Well, they don't always do what they're told, but they don't have questions. But everyone has questions or some kind of pushback here. So what we really need to make sure we do is strengthen our messaging and have less chance for questions to come back, because questions cost time and effort and slow down action actually being taken. So this brings us to the issue management part of the software. So our solutions that we deliver, our software is not just automated analytics, although that is a big part of what it does, but we've developed our sort of issue management or task management system in-house to really tailor it to the data and the problems that we're talking about. So here we have the option to write a story about what we've observed. And so we can write that in Markdown and tell that story, linking in charts or various pieces of information to really bring in context around that. Because as I've tried to say here, humans have always been and are still storytellers, and we like to hear a story about what's happened. And this is how we understand things rather than simply chucking data down the line. It's also really important that these are living entities as well. It's a discussion. The discussion evolves. Different people bring in comments, different actions are created, and assessing impact in there is really important as well, because you need to know whether this story is a story I care about or not. Yeah, to bring all this bit together, we've now got huge opportunities coming with AI. And when I'm talking about AI in this context, I'm talking about language-based AI. So now that we have all these analyses in the system and people are writing issues on them, but also we're bringing in additional documentation as well. So uploading maintenance logs, etc., into the system alongside that. Firstly, we've implemented AI search. So this isn't full-on large language model, but it's also not just looking for words in various documents. it's able to understand context. So your, for example, in here, I think it's a yaw error, turbine 4, December this date, and it can get that context of sort of what date you're looking for rather than just searching for 2024 everywhere. Then next part, with documents that you have in the system, then it's sort of firstly LLMs are able to summarize those documents for you, and also then link them to issues we've created. So it's able to say, well, you've created this issue, maybe that would be relevant to this document. And then sort of the other way around, bringing together various pieces of information in the issue, then you can get recommendations now on, well, you have these maintenance logs that cover this period of this, power curve degradation issue that you're seeing. Maybe this document would be relevant for you here. I think it's really important to note, and I think Thomas mentioned this yesterday, is it's not just a case of getting the LLM, put it in, job done. It's really important that we sort of develop and benchmark this over time to make sure it is giving useful insights. We're very early in the journey. This at the moment, this is a feature developed this year. But yeah, it's really important not just, to show some LLMs, but to actually watch the usefulness of that over time and make sure it is being useful. So finally, I just want to have a quick case study of bringing all of that together, how this actually works in practice. So here's I would say, relatively typical case where we've seen, so we've got a power curve efficiency metric. So based on a certain power curve model that we have there, it's now seeing that the power it's actually producing is, well, it would appear going down over these last few months or weeks at the end. But the data is quite noisy, so that's not really enough on its own. We couldn't be certain, but this has, in this case, triggered an alert. So we go, okay, well, we'll perhaps raise an issue here, but we need to bring in loads of other pieces of information here to have a strong case. So then alongside that, we have what we call the wind speed from neighbors algorithm, which is using operational data from neighboring turbines to calibrate the wind speed at another turbine. So this is learning sort of spatial correlations there and correcting the SAL anemometer measurements, because I mean, there's the bane of my life, the SAL anemometers, they're always changing, they can't be relied. In some ways, this case is actually atypical because 9 times out of 10, this power curve efficiency thing is a false positive, and then we go and look at the wind speed, and the wind speed has changed. In this case, this is actually a genuine degradation, yeah, we can also bring in other pieces of information, production trends against other turbines, or specific side-by-side tests where we see that the wind speed measurement compared to the next door turbine hasn't changed, but the power distribution has changed relative to the next door turbine. So it's really about bringing in many pieces of information and then having a strong evidence base in a nice sort of human written but data linked issue or front end. So finally, how do we scale these analytics now to apply to entire portfolios? Well, really that template that I mentioned earlier, I said it's not fantastically complex. You can put complexity into it, but that template is really key to how we then scale this on to many sites and many gigawatts. Because this template you can copy and repeat using parameterization. So firstly, we parameterize SCADA signals or map them using aliases. Every turbine has a wind speed measurement. Every turbine has a power measurement. It's not always that simple, but we can decide which ones to use and how we map that. Calculating turbine parameters like rated power and generator speeds. This feeds into a lot of the rule-based flagging. How you classify the data is perhaps one of the most important things here, more so than the metrics you calculate quite often. We have a rule-based approach that allows you to repeat for the same turbine types quite often. It also makes it understandable and it makes it repeatable for new data coming in. And then that leaves you in a place that all analysis definitions and visualizations can be templated based on that. And this is, proved really, really powerful for us. And we've always focused on scalability, perhaps even more than insight. If you can't make it scalable, there's not that much value in developing these niche algorithms for one particular site. So to conclude, those points talked about and how we deliver that, that's what we call an operational analytics intelligence platform, which we have SIF for. So it's just a few stats on that. It's monitoring about 5 gigawatts of assets at the moment, 9 different OEMs from way down in the Southern Hemisphere to almost the Arctic Circle. So a lot of climates being covered. Over 400 issues closed in the last 12 months. And yeah, this is allowing us to, on the monitoring service that we have about 1 full-time employee for 2 gigawatts of assets, which we're relatively happy with. As the gigawatts grow, we're not going to have analysts grow at the same rate. So we need to be really efficient at this monitoring. And yeah, we have data and information in there ready for the AI revolution. So thanks a lot for listening to me. We'll be at these upcoming events in one form or another, exhibiting or visiting. And if you would like to book a call with me, you can do that with the QR code there, or you can go for the more personal approach and see me in the coffee room or lunch. Thank you.
Are there any questions? Yes, one over here at the front.
Thanks for the thing. When you ID the different actions, do you then do any follow-up whether they do what you ask for, or so do you track it? Do you then see what's the performance before, what's the performance after, what's the month after? Do you then see if you have the same ID?
Yeah, so we do that. So we kind of have an updated status in those issues that we raise it. Then perhaps we're waiting for the OEM to make a fix, and then we continue to monitor it. And then if we see performance go back up, then we can say it's closed and resolved, and then maybe also estimate losses that were incurred through that. We also have statuses for closed as false positive as well, for example, and we track which issues are being closed as false positives, and then that feeds back in and say, well, maybe we need to refine this analysis a bit, or find new ways of solving this problem.
Question at the front here.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation. It looks like an interesting type of system. The key issue you're raising here is one that's also came up in Evgenia's talk and yesterday in Tom's talk and in a few other talks. Converting the observations into action is the key issue, and getting the feedback is also vital, because you can't have continuous improvement of your condition monitoring if you don't know which are your false positives and which are your false negatives. How portable is your data? Because I've seen in the past the people on site have to have a work order before they'll do any work. So does your data go straight into the work order? Can you generate a work order from your data, and can the work order come straight back into your system?
So we can't directly draft a work order from the system. That's not quite how it's being used at the moment. We do have sort of automatic generation of PDF reports because, you know, even in this age of data connectivity and the web and everything, some people still want a PDF report. And that can maybe then be put into a work order, or you can export the insights into a work order. So yeah, I think that's like sort of typically how it works. We also work with others who have their own system for this kind of operations management. And you know, there's a lot of people who want everything in one platform. So there are cases where we're feeding the alerts into those platforms kind of directly as well. And we're very happy to do that. I mean, if they want to use their own system, we're not going to force the issue management front end on them.
Yeah, I mean, in my experience, one of the big barriers to getting good feedback is that the guy on site who's done the work has had to fill all the information in the work order, and he can't be bothered to fill it in again in another system. So if they can talk to each other, it works much better.
Yeah.
We have one online question. What is the data frequency your platform works with?
So we primarily work with 10-minute data. It's actually, in general, data and frequency agnostic. It only assumes that it's time series data, so instance-based time series data, where instances tend to be turbines in this case. That's the only assumptions it makes. In practice, we're working with 10-minute data because that's what clients typically have available. And it's also, we're in a very safe space in terms of managing that data wires and analysis speeds and so on. So that's what we typically use, but then we're using reanalysis data a lot, and that's 1 hour data. And then we have to match up the frequencies by some kind of sampling.
Charlie.
I'm guessing you find quite a lot of events or issues. How do you prioritize them? How do you decide which ones you actually want to do some work on?
Yeah, very good question. And so in the issue management system, one of the tabs listed there is, it's probably a few back now, isn't it? But yeah, one of the tabs we have in there is for impact. And then, well, there's both a sort of traffic light sort of manual, you know, how much do I care about this? But there's also impact calculations as well. I think the two things come together. So we have a few ways of doing that. Sometimes if it's an intermittent curtailment, then it's quite easy to calculate the lost production by, you know, standard methods of expected power. When it's more kind of an efficiency issue, then it becomes a lot harder. When we see control changes, we have a specific tool called AEPEEP in order to estimate the impact of, say, your fine pitch angle being off by 2-3 degrees or something. So a mixture of many things. Of course, also the impact on loads and so on. We don't calculate that yet, although we would love to start using surrogate models in some way to do that. But your impact is not always clearly financial. There's a risk aspects as well. Yeah.
Cool. Thank you.
Great. Well, thank you, Phil. Yeah. So move on, and I'd like to welcome Henry Tanner, Technical Performance Asset Manager at Octopus Energy. So yeah, great to have you, Henry.
Okay. All right. Nice to see you all. So I will be giving you a bit of an overview in how we're looking at monitoring performance and improving performance at Octopus. So I'll give you a little bit of background into Octopus Energy Generation and the Octopus Energy Group. And I'll discuss the sort of problems that we're faced with, which is how do we measure performance across our diverse portfolio, and also how do we improve performance across the fleet, and what performance means as well. It means lots of things to different people. And then we'll discuss some of the solutions, systems, and technology that we've been adopting recently to help us. So for those of you that don't know, if you are in the UK, you probably won't have heard of Octopus Energy. We're an energy supplier, started in 2016 with 0 customers, and have now become the largest energy supplier in the UK for both electricity and gas. So quite a rapid growth, but it's really sort of the sort of philosophy of the company is built on using technology to provide the sort of the best service that we can for customers, and we're very, very transparent with our pricing, and it seems to have really worked, and we've displaced a lot of people from the market under those principles. We're also a green tech company at its core, so we have developed in-house and acquired a fair few other business units, which I will discuss. We're across 27 countries, so that's not just energy retail, but also our energy generation assets are across those countries as well. So these are sort of different business units within Octopus. The largest portion is the energy retail business. But then we also have generation, which is where I'm from. So we have about £7 billion worth of energy transition assets. That's wind, solar, and some other smaller green tech companies within the portfolio. And they are spread across 20 countries, quite a diverse portfolio of renewable assets. We also have the services business, Octopus Energy electric vehicles, heat pumps, solar battery installations on people's homes as well. And we've got Kraken Tech, which is our software business, and that's kind of really the core focus of the group is the software that we license to other energy companies usually. So that's us as a bit of an overview. Drilling down then into Octopus Energy Generation, in particular the wind side of the business. So in 2018 we had 260 megawatts of wind, 1.8 gigawatts total of all assets, and then last year we crept up to 1.4 gigawatts of wind, and it's growing as well. You know, this month, next month, we've got more assets coming on board. We've got a development pipeline with 5.2 gigawatts ready to build there, and then we've got 13 gigawatts in planning. So there is a huge sort of influx of new projects coming in, and how we sort of develop these new assets is that we invest into platform companies and development companies, so that they are listed here in this grid. They're all over Europe, and we rely on those to develop our assets, and then we onboard them into Octopus. So that's our strategy there. So as I said, 1.4 gigawatts of wind today. It's a little bit higher now, but that's spread across 9 countries. It's a very small team within Octopus, so we outsource the operations and maintenance to the OEMs, as the wind turbine OEMs with long-term service agreements, and they also have technical asset management at site, provided by the likes of RES, Ox2, the usual sort of characters. And then the idea is to keep a very, very small internal technical teams. There's only two people internally at Octopus with such a large fleet, two technical people in the wind team, myself and one other. And this really sort of presents some huge challenges in how we measure performance across that fleet and how we can actually have any impact across that fleet. And that's the kind of questions that I've come here today with, and I will sort of try to answer them in my slot. So performance, if you can't measure it, you can't change it. That's the philosophy that I live by. And every single month, I have to explain to our directors and our investors how the performance is going for our wind fleet spread across 9 countries. And it's really hard to do that for 60 wind farms on a monthly basis, especially when they're managed by 9 different companies and 9 different OEMs. So first of all, you'd think about production. Obviously, that seems an obvious starting point, but even getting the production figures for 60 wind farms consistently and reliably is pretty tricky, actually, but we can usually get there. The problem is if you just have the production figures, you really don't know if you've got a happy wind farm or a sad wind farm. Production can fluctuate wildly for lots of different reasons, and just presenting the figures, usually you get some very grumpy looking people coming back at you because it's a lot less than what the budget usually predicted. So then we have to drill down. So the first thing we have to try to break out is the wind resources. That's fairly easy if you've got a budget and you know the lost production, but that gets filtered out straight away as the first port of call. And then we have to start drilling down into the lost production, and this is where it starts getting quite interesting. Like getting that actual lost production figure is even harder than getting the production figure, but we can usually get there. And then we want some kind of breakdown into where that lost production has gone. Is it unscheduled maintenance? Is it BOP? Is it grid outages? Is it bat and bird curtailment? Is it noise? Is it shadow flicker? So having a really detailed lost production breakdown is important because we do budget for a certain amount of lost production. Like it's expected that we have lost production, but and then we also budget for these individual loss factors as well. So we really need to know, like, if production's down or production's up, what has done well within that mix. This is where it starts getting really tricky on a monthly basis. But what's kind of important here is if we are down, we are below, we need to know what actions we've got in place. Is this going to improve? Do we have a plan in place to improve this? Is this something that's going to persist the next 1 month, the next 3 months, the next 12 months? Is it a systemic issue? What actions will be the next questions that we'll get back? And then we also have to start thinking carefully about compensation as well. So that lost production, how much of it were we compensated? So we had a whole presentation about liquidated damages and O&M agreements from peak wind. Obviously, if we're losing lots of production, but it's going to be compensated by an O&M, it's not okay, but that should be sort of removed from the headline figures, and we have to be really careful in how we calculate these results. Insurances, so sometimes have to rely on an insurer to make us whole if there's been a major incident. But then also something that's really catching us out more and more is economic curtailment. So things like negative pricing, balancing mechanism activity, redispatch in Germany. We're in the Netherlands. We've got some Dutch sites. There's a extremely bizarre economic curtailment scheme called the PUF. I don't understand how it works. I don't think the Dutch grid understand how it works. Our external asset managers don't understand how it works. But essentially, a portion of our lost production is usually compensated by the grid. So we have to work out really, and it can be huge amounts. It can be 50% or more of the production is lost due to economic curtailment. So working out this figure and converting that back into some kind of megawatt hours equivalent is really the goal. So down the bottom there, there's what we're really interested in is compensated production. So sort of how many megawatt hours equivalent are we getting compared to the budget? That's where we are. That's what we're really interested in. And also the other box, the actions as well. So if we are down, how long are we going to be down for? Are there any steps in place? So the bottom line is what we really need to be reporting on. And as you can probably see from this grid, there's not a single place that I can just go and get that number from. It has to be sort of pieced together from a variety of data sources. And it's not easy. Okay, so I will explain how we are doing this at the moment. And it is an evolving process that changes every single day. So at the core of our data warehouse is Databricks. It's a really flexible data warehousing platform. If anyone's used it, it's super user friendly. Even if you're not tech expert like myself, it's great to pipe data into it and get data out. And then we feed the Databricks data warehouse from a variety of data feeds. So as I mentioned, we've got lots of different assets in different geographies, run by a different asset manager. Our philosophy is to let the asset manager use whatever second SCADA system they're most comfortable at using and how they feel the most capable of enriching the data as possible. So we sort of leave the asset managers to themselves to use these systems. But the good thing about these systems is that they have rich APIs that we can take the kind of raw data out. So that is our general starting point for production data. We've also embraced the AI revolution. So a huge amount of the sort of contextual knowledge of what's going on at the site is still through PDFs, emails, meeting transcripts from calls. These will get recorded, piped into an inbox, and AI tools generate us sort of small contextual pieces of information for each site. That's very, very useful. And the text goes into Databricks. So that's an enrichment piece of data. The economic curtailment data. So in the UK, there's Alexon. There's other open APIs that we can use to work out how many megawatt hours have been curtailed, and also the pricing. So sometimes it's like, down to the half hour, you get a different price for the energy. So we use these APIs to work out how much we've been compensated by. Where possible, if we don't, we have to use a spreadsheet and get it in manually, but generally we use APIs. Financial performance. So I don't have time to really go into this in any huge amount of depth, but we've recently adopted SkySpecs Finance, which they acquired a company called Fincovi. So every single wind farm has got a collection of bank accounts associated with it, and then SkySpecs Finance directly interfaces with those bank accounts and feeds us basically the cash flow information, and the management accounts also get fed in. That's very useful because a lot of as you've seen, there's things like liquidated damages, insurance claims, cash settlements from grid off-takers. These things are not in the SCADA data. They have to come through some kind of financial mechanism. So that data gets input as well. And then we're at a point to sort of start visualizing things in Power BI, which we think is the best data visualization tool. And we're sort of playing with this kind of Lego bricks model here. So we can sort of swap in and swap out any part of this model. We could change Power BI if we wanted to. We could change Databricks. If a new API comes online, we can pump it in. And this is the sort of philosophy we are working with, rather than trying to adopt a huge monolithic off-the-shelf application to run our business. And it seems to work quite well. So this is a little screenshot of one of the semantic models behind our main dashboards. And once we've sort of got all the data in one place, we can then build up these nice Power BI visualizations to run our internal reporting and also drive our presentations internally. So when we are reporting to investors or directors, we've got these live dashboards now that are constantly being fed by all the APIs and all the external sources of data. Often we use a waterfall bridge. I'm sure you've seen some of these, but at the very, very end there, we've got compensated production, which is that compensated figure that I mentioned earlier. And on the far right, we've got the budget. And then we can have as many sort of steps in this bridge as we'd like, and go down to as much detail as possible. So we usually include the wind variance, and then we have availability as one delta up or down, but we can break that availability out into all the different loss factors that we're interested in. So at a very high level, people may not care, but at sort of a more detailed engineering level, we can break the availabilities down. We can also add in the compensated grid losses there. That's a bar on the right. There's no grid losses in this chart. LDs and insurance claims. So this is kind of like our main reporting graphic at the top level. We can also enrich this data with some breakdown of losses, production loss, hours. We can have top level statistics that get derived and aggregated across a number of sites. And then we can also add commentary from the sort of language data that we're also collecting about each site. So we sort of overhaul these boards on a kind of weekly and
Testing.
daily basis and tweak
Hello?
them depending on the audience. But within Power BI now. And JP loss for bat and bird curtailment, you can see that it's much higher in the migratory periods in the summer and lower in the winter. But if we just change that drop down at the top, I can track basically the downtime for anything like main bearing failures or BOP or negative pricing. So anyway, it's really flexible and it's really easy. Like if someone asks you a question, why was production down? We can then drill through and quickly get the answers that we need almost immediately. So we're quite happy with these dashboards at the moment. So I've got 4 minutes left. Is that correct? Okay, right. I will speed up. Okay, so improving performance then. So we've got all this data. We're aware of the issues. We're aware of the places where we're hemorrhaging cash. What are some of the things that we're working on to actually improve performance? This isn't an exhaustive list, but just a few things that we're currently working on. So there are, luckily for us, there's a huge number of upgrades available in the industry now. There's new technology, new services from many of the people in this room that are available to owners and operators. So it's brilliant. There's so many products available to us. And this is a table summarizing some of the gains for some of the products on the table. So at the very top, got condition monitoring, so SCADA-based analytics from the likes of I4C or BitBloom. Condition monitoring from Onyx, for example, for the drivetrain or foundation. So these are now kind of almost commodity products in the industry. They come at a very good price. They're very proven, and we can get to sort of 1 to 5% AEP uplift depending on the scale of the issues. And they're also low effort and risk. So they're to retrofit a CMS systems, very, very easy. Most of the OEMs will agree with it now. To do SCADA-based analytics, it's just taking that same SCADA feed that we're already getting anyway and running some analytics on top. So low effort, low risk, also sometimes low reward potentially as well. But it's good. And we've rolled out condition monitoring and SCADA-based analytics across the whole onshore fleet now. Going a little bit deeper to slightly more complex would be sort of controller tweaks to the turbines. There's the OEMs offer these now, as well as third-party products to tweak the controller settings. And these could be anything from like high wind ride through, yaw misalignment, wake steering, things like that. There's a big library of controller upgrades. They carry slightly more risk to implement and slightly more difficult to roll out. I've also mentioned dynamic bat and bird curtailment. I'm not sure if there's a problem for anybody else, but yeah, bat and bird curtailment is costing us more money than anything. So we're exploring a lot of products to dynamically schedule when the turbines come on and come off for bats and birds. Word of warning here, they can make the bat and bird curtailment figures even worse if you go for the wrong supplier. So I've put the range there if it is between -2% and +5%. So yeah, be careful with what supplier you choose for dynamic bat and bird curtailment. Power boost, so uprating your turbines from a 2 megawatt to a 2.2 or 2.3. That's a common upgrade from the OEMs, but again, carries a bit more risk. And then blade furniture as well. So things like vortex generators have been on the market for a long time, but we have, there's a lot more sort of exotic upgrades you can now put on your blades from gurney flaps, flow end trainers, and winglets as well. So actually extending the length of your tips with a little bent winglet. So they can be quite straightforward, but they also can carry some more risk. And if I have got a few more minutes, I will talk through some of the sort of steps involved between feasibility and full rollout. So it's not always straightforward implementing these changes to the sites, especially the ones that carry big AEP uplifts. So I'd always start with a feasibility study, sort of actually kind of a model working out like how much AEP gain could potentially be delivered by a solution, the payback period or the NAV impact. These are the kind of the key things that we need to unlock some funds internally to develop a solution or roll out a solution. Again, planning permits. This isn't sexy AI stuff or tech, but something that we need to be very mindful of. Like if you change the nameplate capacity, change the tip height of your blades, interfere with any noise or permitting requirements, or have local opposition groups. Planning and permits are a major problem. It's like making a change to your house. If you get caught out, they could shut you down. Insurance, you need your insurance on board, and on board if you're making any changes to your turbines, they can be quite slow to adapt. Grid constraints, this is something that has sort of caught us out. So, some of these things, some of these products like the power boost and controller settings, on paper, they look like they give you a huge uplift, but actually those uplifts are only really kicking in at peak wind, at max wind speed. And that's also the time where we're getting the highest levels of negative pricing and balancing activity. So, you're just, there's marginal gains if it come around to it. Seem to be really careful at looking into negative pricing and curtailment now. Word of warning. But there's also an opportunity for these other products, like blade add-ons usually work in the partial power curve region. And they're really, really good in periods of low wind. And they don't have any issues on grid export limits as well and things like that. So yeah, but blade furniture can be very, very good. Just to finish off, Tech DD, fatigue loads analysis, the likes of DMV or natural power to ensure that any of these products aren't changing the fatigue life. BOM contractor needs to be involved, and they need to agree to the upgrade. Potentially a contract amendment needs to be put in place before you roll something out. And then finally, trials, validation, and full rollout as well. But I've overrun. If there's any questions, happy to take them.
Thanks, Henry.
Yeah.
Yeah, great. I think we've got time for just one question. So yeah, maybe at the front here.
Hi, thanks. That was a very interesting talk. You had the slide that had the picture of the happy turbine and the sad turbine. Now, clearly, a lot of what we've talked about here is focusing on the sad turbine and all the things that have gone wrong with it. Have you ever actually done any analytics of the happy turbines to see what we're doing right?
I think buy Enercon turbines. That's the answer to that one. I mean, yes, we do. We look at the top performers, and it's the only way you can really exceed the budget is by having a very, very reliable turbine, and those have been in our fleet, at least the Enercons. So that's been the answer: buy more Enercon turbines.
So it's actually the hardware on site that's a happy turbine, not what the operators are doing to it.
Yes, generally the reliability seems to be the biggest factor internal to the site. Yeah.
Great, very interesting.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks.
Right, thanks, guys.
So our next speaker is Sarah Barber, who's Head of Wind Energy Innovation Division at the Eastern Switzerland University of Applied Science. And Sarah is joining us remotely online. So hopefully the technology will work. Great. If you can hear us, Sarah, then over to you.
I can hear you. Can you hear me and see me?
Yeah, that's great.
All right. So hi, everybody. I'm pretty sure I know some people in the audience. So nice to virtually not see you. As was just said, my name is Sarah Barber. I'm from the Eastern Switzerland University of Applied Sciences. I'm talking about some work done with my PhD student, Yuri Marikowski, today about enabling AI-based systems in wind energy through We Do Wind. So I'll get started. Well, I'm going to talk about, first of all, the importance of enabling AI-based systems. I guess you've had some talks about this already today and yesterday. so you probably all know already. And then I'll show you a review we did of wind energy data standards and ontologies needed for AI-based systems. I'll explain that as I go along. And then I'll talk to you about how this project called We Do Wind enables community-agreed ontology development, especially for AI-based systems. And then I'll quickly talk about a case study where we've developed, or we're developing a wind energy domain ontology. So AI-based systems, as you all know, AI systems are continuously expanding their role in all aspects of human activity. In wind energy in particular, there's this thing called intelligent digital twins, which have the potential to offer a competitive advantage. And intelligent digital twins are characterized by being active, online, goal-seeking, and anticipatory, which basically means they're intelligent. They can react to things that happen in real time or almost real time. And this means that there's an increased need for high-quality data and structured domain knowledge. This is needed for training and validating both data-driven and generative AI models. If we go to the topic of generative AI, again, I don't know if you've been talking about this at all at this event, but generative AI is a subset of AI that uses generative models to produce things like text, images, videos, or other forms of data. And it's kind of thought to have a high potential for improving predictive potential of wind energy systems. But the challenges of generative AI are this thing called truthfulness and lack of explainability and domain knowledge. So you probably all know if you use ChatGPT to ask something quite specific about that requires wind energy knowledge, it's not going to work very well. Also, the costs of running large language models is quite well known and documented. And there's also limitations in so-called skill acquisition efficiency. So actually that these models learn more about a certain domain has been shown to not be very efficient so far. There's different solutions that are being developed to solve some of these challenges, called knowledge grounding, and RAG, retrieval augmented generation, you may have heard of, is one of those techniques. And these methods rely on structured data, which is really specific to the domain of interest. And that means that we need these things called knowledge graphs. And a knowledge graph is a knowledge base that uses so-called graph structured data models to represent and operate on data. And they represent like a network of entities and illustrate the relationship between them. So some examples from Wikipedia of a knowledge graph, something really simple, like you have animals and plants, dogs and cows, and it's not just about the hierarchy of these things, but it's also about the relationships. So animals is living things is one relationship, but also cows eat herbs is another one. On the right, for example, you can also say things like, Sacramento is the capital of California. This person is the governor. This person also is a star of Predator. And so you can create these maps of information. And this is needed for these generative AI systems. So what does it look like in wind energy? If you want to create these knowledge graphs, you need something called an ontological representation, which is just this structure that I was showing before. And we use this phrase called semantic artifact, which is a machine-readable model of knowledge. And it could be a controlled vocabulary, or it could be a more complex ontology. But these models facilitate the extraction and representation of knowledge. And if you review, well, we reviewed then these things called semantic artifacts in wind energy. If you want to create AI-based systems or any automated systems, you need machine-readable knowledge, because you can't have a person going in every time and updating for 1,000 different wind turbines. So as soon as you automate and scale up things, you need these machine-readable knowledge. So recently we did a review. We published a paper called Knowledge Engineering for Wind Energy. I can put the link in the chat for the online participants later. And we basically concluded there's quite a lack of community accepted and aligned models. So there's some examples. You might not be able to see the details of this table, but these are just the semantic artifacts that we found that have been published already in wind energy. Some of you might see some stuff you recognize there. So the Wind Resource Assessment Data Model from IEA Wind Task 43, for example, or the WES graph ontology. And these have all been published in papers or in PDF documents. And we also did some other analyses. So for example, this one is showing semantic artifact adoption levels. So on the left, we see low or unknown adoption is quite high. And this is for the wind energy domain. Medium adoption is quite low, and high adoption doesn't even exist. And the maintenance or not maintained is also, well, it's not very well maintained either. And if we go down to the bottom, we're looking at cross-domain or related domain semantic artifacts, where the adoption is better and the maintenance is also better. Another thing we did is we reviewed a load of 181 papers that we found, recent papers about digital twins and decision support systems for wind energy. And the right-hand side, we're basically showing that most of them didn't mention the word semantic artifact, and some of them did, but few of them actually had any sort of intelligent capabilities. So we recommended that a dedicated ontology publishing portal should be developed so that the ontologies that do exist are actually machine readable and accessible. And then we recommended that we should adopt fair, accessible, interoperable, reusable. So that's not even right. Findable, accessible, interoperable, reusable, and free open source software community practices. And that we should promote the creation of community agreed semantic artifacts. Because it's one thing if somebody just publishes something that they've done. It's another thing if the whole industry actually agrees to use them and all the models that are being used are the same across the industry. So one of the things we've been doing recently to address these challenges or these recommendations is this project called We Do Wind. You can just Google We Do Wind, you'll probably find it. And it's based on a platform. And this platform, first of all, connects people with open data, code, lecture material, information models, best practices and guidelines for using and publishing code and data. It also provides like working groups and opportunities to actually develop code and reference methods together. Also to co-create information models and to work on best practices. And it's also about connecting you with like-minded people. And the community kind of looks like this. The green boxes are different sub-communities. So we have a space where people talk about the information models that they're developing, and then they publish them on here, which is our techno portal. We also have a community where people talk about how to open source data and code, like developing guidelines for doing that. And then these guidelines then get used, or we try to get people to use them to publish their own data. And we have a community called the Knowledge and Data Sharing Community, which is a challenge-based community. So our idea is that we improve data sharing by publishing challenges. So the idea is that industry comes and says, oh, I don't want to publish my data. But we then say, well, if you do publish your data, you may have some advantage because we can get people to solve a problem that you've got. And then we bring together people, kind of like a hackathon. But the idea is that it's all published and available to everyone, and we use the data in this portal here. And then we have a data and code users community. So a bit like a turbine users community. People get together and say, oh, how do you deal with alarm codes from Vestas turbines? And they talk about it and try to develop some solution together. So the idea is that we just have a place where all these people can come together and do these things. And again, yeah, so just a summary, the information modeling community allows the development of community agreed semantic artifacts. The open source data and code community allows guidelines for open data and code to be published. The challenge-based community allows people to develop solutions and reference methods. And the users community allows people to develop code together. And so we have this communication platform is a thing that kind of just brings everybody together in the same place. In the future, we want to develop a data science platform so that people can actually run code inside the platform and more easily compare their results, but we haven't done that yet. So the platform itself uses a commercial tool called Mighty Networks, and it brings together these people in these 4 separate communities, which I mentioned. But it also connects you with resources, tools, events, and people within working groups. So some of the working groups you can just join, and you can just join some events, or you can join the conversation. Some are private, so you have to ask for access. And some you actually work inside the platform, but other ones are just linked to external projects. I can show you some of them in a sec. And also we connect to what we call the We Do Wind portals. So there's no inbuilt data platform or data science platform, but we actually have got some funded projects where we're trying to build dedicated wind energy data platforms and data science platforms, and then connect them to our communication platform. But that's work in progress. So the information model community looks like this. There's different groups. So these are kind of separate spaces you can click on. You can see some IEA Wind Task 43 groups, which I also involved in. You can see a wind energy domain ontology group. You can also see, for example, a Wind Europe group, a Tim Wind group, which allows you to just access some of the work that these groups are doing. And you also see the IEA Wind Task 43 Wind Resource Assessment data model group, if you know about that. And the idea is that all these things that people are working on get connected to an open ontology publishing portal. So we actually, in a previous project, we developed something called a techno portal, which is kind of strange if you're not into ontologies, but it allows you to publish machine readable ontologies. And for example, we've got if you can see this, I'm not sure, wind turbine blade damage ontology, where we've got a description of different types of blade damage and different categories. And then if you've got a system which is trying to identify blade damage, you can actually then connect to this dynamically. If it changes, then it updates, and you don't have to type something in from a PDF like you're probably used to doing from the IEC standards. So getting on to the last part, the case study. So we are trying to develop a wind energy domain ontology. And again, I don't know quite if you can read this, but this group is an open group dedicated to developing like a high-level ontology for the wind energy domain. I don't know if you know, but for example, even really basic concepts have not been agreed upon in wind energy. So even like the life cycle phases, some people say the operational phase, some people say post-construction. And it's actually a bit of it's quite inefficient to have different names, right? I mean, if you want to even go to Zenodo to find some data from operation, and people use the word post-construction instead of operation, you don't actually find the data. So we want to be able to sort of define and link all these different concepts. So the aim is to provide a high-level representation of wind energy concepts, serving as a middle layer between top-level ontologies, such as the basic formal ontology and the open energy ontology. I don't know if any of you know about these things, but there's these top-level ontologies which really describe things like power or data or wind energy. And the idea is that we go a step below and we say, okay, within wind energy, we want to have these concepts. And even referring to more specialized models, such maybe you know about the reference designation standards for wind power systems. So these already exist. So we want to actually serve as a middle layer between these things. So the main objectives are to cover the whole domain, so to capture key entities and processes in wind energy, ensuring comprehensive coverage. We want to align across semantic layers, which means we want to offer a consistent bridge, linking these different foundational ontologies to specialized taxonomies and vocabularies. We also want to offer a foundation for fair data. So we want to make the data findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable for people. And then we want to also increase the AI readiness, which I've mentioned at the beginning. If we can provide a unified framework to serve as a basis for these knowledge grounding, these RAG and hybrid AI system techniques, that will be help the efficiency of the development of these techniques. So you can't see this at all, it's not my intention, but this is our work in process on progress on this domain ontology. So the idea of this slide is just to show a little bit the complexity of these different terms, and I've actually zoomed in on one of them. So for example, there's this thing in the BFO called object, and there's also the thing in the OEO, the open energy ontology, called artificial object. And then we are trying to define like different parts of the wind turbine or measurement station or sensor. And you get into quite a lot of fundamental conversations about how to structure and label this stuff when you start working on it. So that's what it looks like at the moment. So if anyone's interested in this topic, and I'd like to encourage you all to get in touch. We need inputs from the industry for these information models, because otherwise they're not going to work. So yeah, I realize my talk's been quite short, but then there's more time for questions. If you want to find out more about We Do Wind in general, if you just go to community.wedowind.ch, you'll find everything you need to know. Otherwise, you can contact me on my email address here. Thanks for listening. Questions?
Great, thank you, Sarah. Is there any questions in the room? Yeah, in the front.
Hi, Sarah. Thanks for the talk. It's Charlie.
Hi.
I've got a question, which is we've seen a few presentations today about owners or operators creating data models effectively to store information from plants, like asset registers or even KPIs. I view these kind of as ontologies or semantic models, but how do we actually make the various companies work together?
Make them work together.
Force them, yep.
Encourage them to work together. Yeah, I mean, it's the thing that I've been trying to work out for the past few years. I understand that companies develop their own semantic models because it's probably more efficient. As soon as you start talking to lots of companies, it gets very inefficient or time consuming. I understand if they want to develop something for their own purpose, then that's the quickest way to do it. What we did discover is that quite a lot of it is education and outreach. So when we started thinking about the topic, we didn't really understand it at all. Like no one in my main wind energy community is a computer scientist. Like we're all some sort of mechanical engineer or aerodynamicist or something. And we struggled a lot with understanding. And so one thing that we're hoping also that We Do Wind can do is help with the understanding. So I think if people understand a little bit better how they can benefit from aligning their models with other people's models, that's one way. It's one way to try to encourage them. The answer to that question, how they will actually benefit, is to do with interoperability. So yeah, one thing is you build a model in your company, and then you share your data, or you share your code internally. But as soon as you want to do something with external parties, then you need some sort of interoperability. And I think if everybody says, well, use my definition, it's going to be a battle of power, and maybe the strongest will come out as a winner eventually. I don't know, but it kind of makes more sense to align everybody and reduce the inefficiency of having to translate between these different models. But yeah, the best way to actually persuade people that this is the case, I guess the hope is doing it and showing some demonstration cases, starting small and building up.
Yep, thank you. Yep.
Yeah, Øystein Hult, Equinor. So great presentation, important work. So when we looked into, for instance, power curves, and we identified 3 different initiatives finding industry standard, and we also see that there's a lot of other standards across industries like the OSDU and so on. So how do you work to identify other initiatives and try to convergate or merge?
Yeah, this is also one of the challenges. So we try. So I mentioned I also lead this IEA Wind Task 43, which is this international collaboration on digitalization. What we've tried to do is we've tried to invite speakers to our meetings, so OSDU and everything we can find, just invite them and start talking to them, and hoping that learning about them will help us align. So, we also invited someone from for example, the open energy ontology. Like, okay, let's listen to what they're doing and try to work out how to align with them when we're developing our domain ontology. You saw that we're actually aligning with that. So I think a lot of it is just about inviting people to speak and then learning about them. I think on the We Do Wind platform, like using that kind of as a knowledge hub and a link to existing initiatives, and is also something that helps, because as you mentioned, like there's loads of initiatives and it's so difficult to work out what they're doing. If everybody contributes to finding the answer to that question and then documents it in one place, that will be at least a start. The other thing I want to say is that we also found that quite a lot of these initiatives are quite closed. So, I mean, the IEC ones anyway are difficult to get involved in and time consuming, but there are quite a lot of other sort of data standards initiatives, which are, you have to pay. I guess some of you know about these, but you pay to get involved and you can't actually get the results unless you pay. And we're actually, on We Do Wind, we're trying to not do that. So we're trying to be open. One of the challenges, you probably saw briefly on my last slide about donating, like if you don't charge membership fees and make your results closed, you end up having difficulties with like covering the costs of the system. So this is one of the things we're kind of trying to work out a solution to, like, how do we get funding to run this without getting people to pay and closing off the results. It's basically my life mission to try to work out how to do that. So if anyone's got any ideas, then let me know.
Great. Well, thank you very much, Sarah. And it's great that the technology worked as well. You came across loud and clear. So
good.
Thanks for joining us. Yeah.
All right. Bye, everyone.
So our next speaker is Thorsten Zander, the CTO of Aero Enterprise. So,
Hello, everybody. Yeah, yesterday I was a little bit unsure if my topic meets your expectations because you're dealing with SCADA data and condition monitoring data, and we're doing inspections by drone. So we provide the image data or the inspection results. So, but in the end, maybe it's also good to have an overview about the process, how we get to the decision what kind of repair action you should carry out. And please have in mind that at some step you need to take over the data, either the images because you have your own blade experts, or later on if you are interested in getting only the inspection results, then we need to find the API how to transfer these data into your platforms. So therefore, maybe it's interesting for you. Who we are. So we are a small team, very innovative, and 50% of these guys are developers, either for our hardware or software products. What we do, we have mainly 3 products. So the first product is the flight intelligence system. So this is an onboard computer that you can plug on a standard DJI drone, and that this turns then the, I would say, the consumer drone automated autonomous inspection device for blade inspections. And we sold roughly 65 of these devices worldwide, so from Asia up to South America and the US. So the system is easy to use. So the demand of the skills of the pilots are very limited. So you need only to take off, fly in front of the turbine, push the button, start inspection, and then the system does an autonomous inspection of all 3 blades from 4 sites in one flight. And we use a LiDAR to identify the object. So therefore, it's not needed to have a model of the turbine in advance. So we are flying adaptive. And the because of the LiDAR, we are flying always with the same distance. And this is later on a big benefit in the data quality. So even if we talk then about the AI, it's very helpful. Okay. And if someone is using the box, maybe they have their own blade experts, then they can take our second business model. This is the data synchronization. So then we enrich the images with the distance we've flown, with the blade number, with the radius, the position, and this is needed later on to, if you mark a bounding box in the images, then you need this information. So this is our second business model. And the third is that we carry out the inspection for clients. So for sure we use our hardware, and then we have a totally digital pipeline from the disposition up to our customer dashboard, where we present then the inspection results. And today we want to talk about the part of the AI, which is between the data synchronization and the customer dashboard. By the way, I forgot the number. So our current track record is 116 turbines with one pilot in 1 week. So it was in a huge wind farm in Australia. But this gives you an information about the efficiency of such systems. So the downtime is very short, and you can operate the system with one technician and more than 100 turbines in 1 week. I think this is what the market is looking for. Okay, now we are coming to the topic of the talk. So it's AI-based damage detection on rotor blades. So we are discussing the reduction of the analysis efforts, the standardization of the damage classification, and the challenges of the detection of serious damages. Okay, what are the advantages of the AI-based damages? It is the standardization, it is the increase of the analysis speed, and this causes then the reduction of the human resources. And overall, reduction of costs. Before some general information, so what kind of AI models we, and I think our competitor, also use for this job. It's on the one hand side, we're talking about detection models, so image-based AI models, either detection or segmentation. And maybe some of our competitors work with LLMs or LMMs. I prefer something in between, so rule-based analysis. That means that we want to use the image-based information, but we want to enrich the data of position and turbine type, location, and so on, so that we have a control and not pushing all the data into a LMM or LMM and then getting results. Okay, so maybe you know the difference between detection and segmentation. So the detection will put a bounding box on your defect, and the segmentation is pixel-wise, so you get a very good feedback about the size, and the area of the damage is much more better than a detection model. Here again, to the comparison of detection and segmentation. On the left-hand side, you see the bounding boxes, and on the right-hand side, the pixel-based detection of the segmentation model. Okay, so now we have a model, and we need to standardize the data. Why is it so important? So I have here two images. It's a crop of
the leading edge and a zoom view of the same area. And you can see we have different severities. So we heard yesterday we worked with a five class models, or with a five severity model, a 5-class severity model. And on the right-hand side, you can see that the model identifies the different severities within one image. So a human would put a big bounding box over the entire image, and he will either say, okay, it's severity 2, but severity 2 means repair action within 12 months. And but we have some areas where there is a chance that there is an increase of the damage within 12 months. So it's not a good idea. But if you put the bounding box over the entire area and you say it's severity 3, then you submit, hey, there is a very huge area of severity 3, and this may change the priority of the repair of these turbines. And even if we or our customers work with a scoring rate to rank the priority of the repair measurements of the turbines, then it's in the wrong order. So therefore, the standardization of the AI is something what we didn't have in the past. Okay, and now we are coming to the increase of the analysis speed. Here's an example. It's only rough data to give you an overview about the time a blade expert needs to do a report. So depending on your office infrastructure, so I work with 3 different monitors. So for me, it takes me 2 seconds to skip through all the images. On the next screen, I have a zoomed view of all findings, so I don't have to scroll in and out and so on. And with such an infrastructure, it takes me between 12 and 30 minutes for a turbine because we're dealing with roughly 400 images depending on the rotor length, and therefore to create a final report for the client, it takes me 15 to 45 minutes depending how many defects I have to assign. So and in the top you see for this estimation, I say, okay, it's level AI level 1, and we're talking about a turbine with a diameter of 130 meters. And I will explain later what AI level 1 means. And here, this is the opposite. We see AI level 5. This is wrong. It must be 4. This is failure. But and then you see for the AI, it's milliseconds to do the analysis of an image, and we are talking about high resolution images. So we're capturing data with a full frame sensor. So it's a full frame sensor that takes this time, and in the end, you are able to create a report within 6 minutes. So and if there is internet on site, and we have sometimes this issue because there is no internet and the pilots use Starlink, then they upload the data directly from the wind farm, and you can deliver the report 6 minutes after the inspection, so that the pilot is already within the wind farm and could take some actions if needed. And but this is not the case now. So this is the goal we want to achieve. And if on the one hand side speed, on the other side we need human resources to watch all these images, and everybody knows human resources are rare right now. So therefore, it is helpful that we automate this process. here we have the level system. So it's not an official level system. It's created by us. So we think that we have 4 levels. So the first level, I think this is the common standard of all companies right now. So they are using AI models as a support tool. And that means each image will be viewed by a blade expert. And the model will not identify all defects, so he has to do some manual assignments, and he has to create, in the end, the assessment and the recommendation for this for the specific turbine. The level 2 is the AI model is much more better, but we don't trust them so in a manner that we have to view every image. But the effort for the blade expert is less, because he can skip from image to image and he has only to confirm, yes, the AI is right, yes, the AI is right. So, but they have to inspect or to view all images. But we use this then also for generating training data, because if there is something that is not within our AI model and the blade expert is doing this manually, then we know, okay, this is something what we have to focus on to optimize our current model. And then there's the break between level 2 and level 3, because if we can achieve this goal, then the blade experts are not they don't see every image, but then we have to trust that we don't have a negative false, even for big cracks or something like that. And but he will watch at the AI results, and he will generate the assessment and the recommendation. And the final goal, I think everybody in our business is looking for, is the level 4, that we get the data, even from the wind farm. That will be the best scenario. And then 6 minutes later on, we have a totally automated report for the client, either in the dashboard or over an API. So this is the goal, but even the rare damages, we don't have so many training data, and this is a real pain point for us. And so this is a lightning strike. Maybe we get a positive false from another class, so and then we only have to change the severity or the naming of the damages, but I don't know. So we have maybe 20 of these damages within our database, and even lightning strikes looks always a little bit different. So this is really hard for the AI. So you need to find a different way how to find images where the AI does not work. And on the other hand, we have sometimes blades like this. So, and I don't know what kind of drilling or the reason of these drills. Maybe the AI will detect something, but if there is a structural crack, I don't know if the AI will work with these images, or if you have blades like on the right side with moss. This is really hard. So you need maybe a different model to identify such rare data sets. And the rest, I think it's pretty easy, because erosion or material spalling, cracks, we have thousands of times in our data, and we have really good models for that. But this is a real pain point for us to get the switch from 2 to 3. Okay. 2 minutes left. So is it for the questions or is it for the speech?
No, that's for the speech. We're okay. Yeah,
Okay,
you've got
so
5 minutes for
yeah,
questions.
then maybe one comment to yesterday, because we talked about the the model, what now I'm looking for the word, the digital twin. From our perspective, it's different to what I heard yesterday, because in our branch we have the problem that in the past, on the one hand side, the inspections, but also the repairs were documented in PDF reports, and they are in some file structures within the owners or the operators. And so for us, the digital twin in the first phase is something that we bring all the inspections or repairs from the past in a manner to the owner that he can click on a damage, see, okay, there was a repair action 2 years ago. This is the historic of this area within the wind farm. The next step then is maybe to have a digital or a 3D model of the blade, where we place then the inspection results or the repair results on the 3D model. Next step, you can enrich it with some construction information. Where are the beams? Where is the sandwich material? Where are the bonding areas? So and then if you have this in one model, so this is a digital twin from our perspective.
Yeah, very, very useful. I have a question for you, and if there's none in the room at the moment. So, yeah, thank you for your talk. It's very interesting. I know in other industries and other forms of image detection, so cancer detection, for example, the approach that they often take there is not so much to look for particular features, but to look for anomalies. So looking for things which they don't expect to see, rather than things that they might see. I think from your description, you're very much looking for features that you've already been able to categorize on training images.
Yeah, supervised training. So.
Yeah. Have you tried the other way around, the sort of anomaly detection approach as well? And if so, no.
No, we started directly with frameworks of detection, and now more or less within the development, we are working only with segmentation. And because to bring that in our backend, it's a little bit more complicated. Therefore, we transfer then the segmentation into detection. But it's a question of time when we change to segmentation.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions? I can see Charlie's hand up.
There is an online question. Okay. Do you have a calculation model integrated in your platform to calculate AEP loss due to the erosion damages? Or does it have to be done separately outside? So to calculate the loss of energy related to erosion is really hard. So not only in our platform, I think for the entire market. So the answer is no. But what we are working on, so we want to enrich each damage with the repair measurement, then repair time, and then you can add repair costs, and then you have information on the one hand side for the I would say for the technician point of view, or also for the commercial point of view, because depending on your budget, you have some inspections, okay, this is the list of damages, but we do not have the budget to repair all of them, but you can click on one button and then you see what are the provisions we need to take for the future for the damages we have in our database. So this is the first step before we give the numbers of energy loss.
Couple of questions at the front, I think.
Thank you for the presentation. Just a question that, just for my knowledge, does your model actually detect or takes into account environmental variables, either inputted by yourself or like when you do the analysis, or from the picture itself, because from some of the pictures that you show, you see clearly the background. So I don't know, maybe places with more humidity or places where there are more sand that can also like have an effect on the time that you need to take action on. Is that also taken into account in the model or not?
No, so the first model, it gets the entire image. It does not know, is it an image of a wind turbine, which turbine type, which blade type, and the position. So there is a model, a general model, and then you will get an annotation of this. But this is not the entire solution, even if you want to go up to level 3 or 4. Then you need maybe some interactive layers with your database that you know, okay, how big is the chance that this is really a crack in this position, and so on and so on.
Got time for one more?
Yep, go ahead.
Have you looked at non-optical imagery? You mentioned your drone has a LiDAR. Are you using that data as well?
No, so it's not precisely enough to measure maybe material spalling or something like that. It's not so precise.
And on the blades having multiple levels of damage, are we going to like a scoring system where it's like a 3.4 because it's got some level 4 damage and some level 3 damage? Or?
So creating this scoring value. So this is something. So I have some. So we have a model for that, but maybe the client a different one. So this is something that you have to negotiate with your client.
Cool, thank you.
But to clarify, so this is not existing now. So we are working on the scoring values. It's not available now.
So currently it would be a whole blade is level.
Yeah, no. So there is no scoring value. So you will get the severity for each damage, and if you go into our customer dashboard, there's a filter. You can say, okay, I'm interested only in damages with severity 3, 4, and 5. So and then you get a filtering, and then you filter maybe for cracks within. This is possible, but overall score for the turbine related to the combination of all damages, this is something what we develop right now.
Cool.
Great. Well, thank you very much. It's awesome. Very interesting. Yep. So our next speaker is Anna Margarida Coutinho-Motta, predictive diagnostics analyst at EDP Renewables. Anna, you've hit the jackpot. You've got the last session before lunch.
Yeah. I mean, no pressure. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. I mean, I've already learned so much in the past day and a half, and I hope, my presentation is also useful to you in some way. So I will be speaking about a little bit about the wind temperature, wind turbine temperature monitoring that we do in the predictive diagnostics department, and the SCADA data analysis, long-term trends analysis, and a bit of all that, and future plans. So I will start with just an introduction and background of where the predictive diagnostics department came from and the things that we're currently doing, how the wind fleet temperature monitoring has been relevant in the past couple of years, the current tools that we're currently using and data processing for the temperature monitoring, as well as challenges that we're facing and future plans to address these challenges. So I'm thankful that Miguel has presented EDP very well before me this morning, and a bit the overview of the global company. My focus, I work specifically into the EDP renewable part, who are owners and operators of significantly large fleet of around 350 wind sites across 14 countries with 15.5 gigawatts of installed power. Most of the sites are split between North America and Europe, with also a few sites in South America. And in the past few years, solar has also been growing quite a lot. It has not been the historical focus of the predictive diagnostics team, but with the growth of the solar market, currently we have 82 sites and around 80 more in development and construction phases that are going to add a lot of installed capacity in the upcoming years. So we've also been making some efforts to go into the solar monitoring as well, to be able to bridge this gap that is appearing. Also, again, a lot of sites in North America and Europe, but also going into South America and Asia Pacific. So the predictive diagnostics monitoring team started from a technical evaluation back in 2009, where a study concluded that condition-based monitoring would be beneficial for the company, and so a few pilot projects started being developed in monitoring temperatures and oil analysis for the drivetrain. And from 2013 onwards, it started a full-scale implementation and started monitoring all the assets on the fleet. And so currently we are a transversal team based in both Europe and North America and supporting all sites in all platforms. We work with three main monitoring pillars: temperature, vibration, and oil and grease analysis to monitor the drivetrain health. Historically, the focus has been on wind, and we are currently looking at over half of the global fleet. Our focus is on sites that are in self-perform or in M3 type contracts and excluding the full scope, because that's where the biggest added value is. I think we've talked about this yesterday. There's a difference in the strategic decisions on US and in Europe regarding contract type. So in Europe, most of our sites are done by third-party companies, the monitoring of the O&M of the sites. And in North America, we have EDPR technicians. So it also changes a bit like our relationship and how we act in these two platforms. But so focusing on these sites, we are monitoring around 4,400 wind turbines. Almost 100% of these turbines are monitored with temperature and oil analysis. And then we are also monitoring vibration data from CMS systems installed and vibration systems over 2,500 wind turbines. Most of our sites in North America already have CMS installed when they are commissioned. But for Europe, that's not the case. We have a lot of older sites that do not have CMS. So that's why this number is a bit lower. And yeah, again, considering the growth in solar, we've also been making some efforts to start monitoring a bit more. This is a bit what the process looks like and the relationship we have with operations and maintenance. As we also mentioned before and past presentations, we also face this problem of issuing notifications that are false positives and losing the trust of operations and maintenance, because we do want them to pay attention whenever we are issuing a notification. And so we try to be careful in this process in order to have good communication and make sure that they will pay attention whenever we're issuing something. So we do the monitoring, and whenever we see something weird coming up, we issue a notification to the site that will then inspect and provide a report and then proceed with a repair or replacement if needed. We use this information to update our own tracker for all the issues that we are opening. And then we follow up until, we can confirm that the issue has been solved and we can, effectively close this and use this to improve the monitoring that we do. Currently, for the wind turbine fleet, we are monitoring the main components and the drivetrain, main bearing, gearbox, and generator. It will depend a little bit on the sensors that are installed by the manufacturer. So best case scenario, we would have 15 tags, both main bearing front and rear, and a lot of sensors in the gearbox and generator bearings. In some cases, we don't have all the information, but we work with the information we have for each turbine model and manufacturer. And for the solar fleet, this is still very, very experimental, but just to say that we have been working on a couple of projects, and it's still very trying to see what option works the best, while the wind monitoring tool has been established for a while, and just for a couple of sites in North America. And so again, the type of monitoring that we are doing in the predictive diagnostics part is the long-term temperature trend analysis. This is not meant to replace the SCADA temperature monitoring and the alarms. But I think it was Philip that mentioned this morning, this allows reducing the noise, right? These are two different kinds of things. On the one hand, you have the SCADA alarms that are triggered whenever temperature goes above a certain value, and this is great. But of course, you have to set this level high enough so you're not constantly getting false positives. It does not allow you to see evolution. You're probably missing out on things if your turbine temperature is high, but not high enough to reach that alarm level. And then what we're doing is using daily averages over a period of several years. And when this temperature of a turbine starts to deviate, an alarm will be triggered. And so this is still, the revision part is still very manual. So every alarm will have to be reviewed manually by an analyst, and to make sure that whether or not this is something worth reporting to the site. And so why are we doing this? Does it make sense? And why do we keep on monitoring wind temperature, wind turbine temperature? So, I mean, of course, we know that vibration is giving us very, very significant, very relevant information. They have the highest detection rates. You get great visibility on failure location and failure type with a spectrum analysis and all of that. However, on our experience, it has costly hardware that has to be installed in turbines that don't have it, as well as the software required to monitor it, usually with the manufacturer of the CMS. And so while this is great for the turbines that do have it, has been an issue in turbines that don't have it. We've installed a couple of CMS in some sites in Europe in the past few years, but we're now at the point where the sites that don't have it, it's not economically feasible to install anymore. So in that case, temperature and oil and grease analysis are kind of, the only visibility that we have into the health of the drivetrain. And so for temperature, the great thing is that we're using data that is already there. You don't really need anything else. So, and it's an easy way to access information for all of the fleet. It gives very good visibility on the failure location. It also allows for continuous monitoring. And again, the disadvantages is that you just see that the temperature is increasing. You're not really sure why. It can mean different things. And we're limited to the installed sensors by the OEM, which, I mean, we can also retrofit it, but that's not something that we have been doing in the past. And for oil and grease analysis, I mean, it has the disadvantage of just having a few points here and there. If it's something that is evolving slowly, some failure types are very well detected with oil and grease analysis. However, we just have a few points. You might know a bit where the location of the failure is, if it's a bearing, if it's a gear, depending on the wear metals. So it is helpful, and it's also helped us detect very, very good or find very good detections, and also allows us to extend the oil life. So summarizing, I mean, we've seen that all of them have been important up until here, and it's a cost-effective way, and then temperature is a cost-effective way to monitor the major components, and is especially relevant in turbines without CMS installed. And so I'm going to give you just a few examples of detections that we have done with temperature, just to justify why we keep doing this, and that we are actually seeing things with the temperature data. Most of the detections that we are doing are fixed with small correctives, which is a bit underwhelming, right? Like, you see something going up and it's like, oh my God, this turbine is going to break down, something really bad is happening. And then it's just a thermostatic valve replacement. But if you look at it from another perspective, I mean, it's great. You just replace the thermostatic valve, and it's a very quick and cheap fix. And the temperature effect is really big, and you can really see the difference it's making. We don't know what would have happened. It wouldn't have caused the whole turbine to burn down if we left it unattended. Probably would just continue increasing until a SCADA alarm came up or something like that, and it would have the same solution. But on the other hand, you also, I mean, having the components operating at a temperature that is much higher than the ideal one, then it can also have effects on the components on the long term. And so fixing this as soon as we can before it evolves to a more severe issue, and avoiding more downtime, means it's the goal here. And then we also have some examples for component repairs, a bit more complex, that in this cases would probably, if they were left unnoticed, could have evolved into something a bit worse. like generator bearing replacements or high-speed stage shaft replacements. You can also clearly see the trend in temperature and how it decreases after the corrective action takes place. And so again, our goal is to avoid downtime by being able to plan this as much in advance as possible, and also to avoid that this evolves into something more costly or a possible replacement even. Yeah, and then we have replacements, which are the worst case scenario where you cannot really do anything to save the component. But once more, we are able to plan this in advance. We don't have to wait for months until we have a spare available on site and having the turbine stopped for many months, which has happened at times, until you finally have a spare. It also allows much better negotiations with crane costs and even the component costs sometimes. And being able to plan this also with the budget on the site, which sometimes we issue a notification. It's like, why are you not doing anything at the moment? It's like, oh, we also have to work with the budget that we have available and when we can plan things, and we have other more priority. So the good thing that I feel that we give the operations team is, I mean, knowledge that this is what's going on, and then they will decide like how to organize themselves in the work and how they will prioritize the work to make sure that these issues are addressed. Yeah, and this is the case. Well, sorry, I forgot to mention, this was a gearbox that was replaced after finding damage in the low-speed shaft, low-speed stage gear, broken tooth, and this is the case for a main bearing. Again, main bearings are a very good example on where temperature monitoring is very accurate. Whenever we see something like this on a main bearing and the temperature going up, you can 95%, 99% of confidence in opening a notification without being worried that the site manager is going to be mad at you for bothering them, because it's almost always a good indicator of a problem and an actual problem that is coming up in the turbine. In this case, they went up and found some displacement of the rotor, and it had to be replaced shortly after. Yeah, and so that brings me to the current tools that we have, data processing. I won't go into too much detail in this, and I'm definitely not a data expert. So any criticism or feedback, please feel free to reach out for me after. Just to give you an idea of how data is organized, or what's the process of bringing the data from the turbine level controller to what we are actually using. We have data right from the manufacturer's, that goes from the controller to the OPC server, and then it basically gets two ways. We have the manufacturer's SCADA, for which we have limited access. We see a few tags in the interface that they have, but you cannot usually get a lot of information from here. I see, and I know yesterday we talked about this and getting access to the high frequency data. It really, for us, we've had a lot of issues with this. So I don't really think, even for us as owners, it's difficult to get access to this turbine level controller data. But we are doing is we're storing the data into a Pi server with 15-second granularity. This aggregates all of the different SCADA systems that from the manufacturers that we have in the fleet. So then all of this data is cleaned and stored in 10-minute databases and standardized. So it's always called the same thing, whether it's an Enercon turbine or a Vestas turbine. And then for the analysis that we are doing, we look at the 10-minute databases and we calculate daily averages. We look also at site average, standard deviation, and z-score, which will be later used for alarm definition. And this is the current tool that we have. We've had this around for a couple of years now, and it's definitely not super sophisticated. We calculate the alarm level based on the 14-day evolution z-score in order to reduce the noise again, and to make sure it's an actual problem. But still, we have a lot of false positives at this stage, even though we're looking at an evolution. And then, yeah, in this overview page, we can just see all of the alarms and the current status of the fleet. It's basically a snapshot. And then clicking in each of these alarms, you would go to a more detailed page where you can see the evolution, have a look also at the notifications, work orders, faults. And with this, you would have enough information to know whether or not this is worth reporting to the site. The main challenges that we are seeing here is the high volume of data points to monitor. We have a lot of alarms, and as we're seeing a snapshot, we don't have information on when alarms were triggered. So sometimes we're seeing the same thing over and over again. There's no good way of snoozing it or saying, oh, I've already reviewed this, I want to see it again next month. So that has been a problem for us, and we need to use manual notes, which is definitely not ideal. And then for data quality and calculations, data quality in all of that process that I showed before, there's a lot of steps, and there are mapping issues and data missing, and those things are sometimes difficult to find and then to fix and follow and go to the correct people to fix this. And lastly, the current Z-score approach that we are using has a lot of limitations in small sites. We started this, in pilots in bigger sites in the US, but we have sites with 2-3 turbines in Europe. And then, of course, if you're comparing the deviation to the site average, but you have 2 turbines, the site average is highly influenced by each turbine. So of course, if one of them, this is the same case, right? The blue line is increasing, but of course the site average also increases. So you have no impact on the Z-score, and you would never get an alarm. So this is something that we are trying to work to avoid. And that brings me into future plans and the projects that we have ongoing. The first thing, and I think it's very basic, but it has taken us a long time because it turns out implementation is not being as easy as expected, is to adding an alarm date. I mean, it's very obvious, right? Yeah, but it's taking us a while, and we feel that this is going to be very, very helpful in being able to filter out alarms. And if I've monitored last week, I won't have to go through the same thing again. And also being able to see alarms again in a month, if just to make sure I'm not forgetting about it. And it's been here a while, but maybe I want to see it again soon. So those are kind of the features that we're trying to implement as soon as possible. And then for data quality, we're trying to create tools that allow finding data gaps and mapping issues of different kinds that we have at the moment. And then for other ongoing projects, I have here this digital twin machine learning pilot project. Digital twin, I think, yeah, we've talked a lot about the definition. And also that was one of my questions when I was talking to my colleague who is the data scientist of the team and is working on this. And that was also my question, like, why are we calling this a digital twin? It was not the idea that I have. And on his words, he mentioned that, I mean, we can call a digital twin and anything that is a digital representation of a physical asset that we have. So in this case, kind of a digital twin embryo. I think we talked about yesterday, toddlers and adolescents. This is kind of like a very baby digital twin with just a few tags and for just specific models of the fleet. But there are 2 pilot projects for gearbox oil temperatures in the V82 fleet and the IGBT temperatures in solar inverters in a site in North America. Basically, the process is very similar. We've been training a machine learning model with, where you input the features, what's the operational conditions, what's the outside temperature, all of that. And it will predict the temperature and then compare it with the actual temperature. And we will be using this for the detection logic to flag turbines. Validation studies I've already shown, I mean, and this, I think, again, it's very obvious. This is more effective and accurate than the current methods that we are using. The challenge will be to upscale this to the entire fleet. And yeah, where do we go from here? I think, yeah, these past few days, I've already gotten a lot of new ideas and things that we will definitely have to work on. For sure, tool improvement, and not only improving the current tool, but probably changing things a bit more. I feel like we are at a point, a very exciting time of, a lot of new technologies and AI and all of this. And also for us as a company, in the past few years, we've been growing a lot and integrating new assets and adding more CMS. And, I think right now we're at the moment of consolidating what we have and improving the monitoring that we are doing of our assets. Again, very, very urgent, I feel, is revision of alarm definition strategy and moving from these Z-score to machine learning models, continue to develop these digital twins for operating assets and probably look at more than just one temperature tag, and probably also work with other departments, because that's a problem that we're facing, is like how segmented our department is. And so we're just looking at one small thing, but this is very helpful to join also with other departments. And then, yeah, focus also on solar as the fleet continues to grow. And one thing I haven't mentioned is alarm automation, which I think is also very, very, will be very important. And we have haven't been to that point because we still have a lot of false positives. But I feel like with improving the definition and as well with AI coming up, and I think this will be something that we are at a point where we'll be able to start doing it and free up time for way more interesting things. And that's it. Thank you very much. Sorry, went a bit over time.
Thank you, Anna. Are there any questions in the room? One at the back there.
Hello, Anna. Thanks for the presentation. Always good to have, let's say, an operator view next to all the other presentations that I had today. So past yesterday and today was a lot about data fusion, so using different data to decide or to calculate. So in your case, you say you have vibration monitoring, oil analysis, and temperature analysis. Do you combine the data in a sense that maybe one individually didn't flag an alarm, but when you look at multiple for the same turbine, yes, it triggers an alarm? And if yes, what's the value that you see in it?
Yeah, that's a great question. I was actually talking about this Windpower monitor at some point during coffee break. At the moment, we do this, but at a very informal level, right? So whenever you see something, if this turbine has CMS installed, I will check with my colleague that is sitting in the next desk and say like, hey, I'm seeing something with this turbine. Can you check if there's anything with vibration? But again, I feel like this is something that is also very important for us to start automate, like, and getting in one place and in one tool all this information where we can actually assess the health of the turbine with the different information that we have, and from one place being able to access turbine temperature data, oil analysis. But at the moment, it's still very case by case approach. Yeah.
Question here.
Yeah, thanks for a very nice, I think, frank overview of everything you're doing on temperature monitoring. I just wanted to make a comment, which is slightly semantic, slightly not about. So I was very happy to hear you talk about Z-scores, because I think Z-scores are great. And Z-score is essentially a normalization against your uncertainty, which I think is important for any residual analysis. And I think on the limitations of Z-scores, it's not so much the limitation of the Z-score as the limitation of the underlying model, which I think was relative to site average in some way. But I think it's really positive, even when using ML models and then you have a residual, I think there's still a very good place for Z-scores there, but the uncertainty you're dividing by is like the uncertainty of an evaluation period or something, because in my opinion, not enough people quantify the uncertainty and just sort of quote residuals or quote efficiency drops if it's performance side.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. No, I mean, we are aware, and in this cases, we've also thought about the possibility of, instead of just comparing to site average, looking at the whole fleet and the data for the whole fleet. But then you have other issues, like it's not the same wind conditions, it's not the same temperature outside, whatever. So, but yeah, definitely, I think that's a good feedback. I will transmit this to the team, and we will take this into account. Thank you.
Great. Oh, another question in the front here.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I had one question regarding the components you're monitoring. You said you're focusing on the temperature, for example, at the generator, and all the examples was for mechanical subcomponents of it. Do you also monitor the electrical ones, like the windings?
Yeah, it's a very good question. We do have temperature monitoring for windings and slip ring. I mean, we check it, but it's usually the failures that we are detecting are mostly mechanical and not as much electrical failures. We are at a point where we have a lot of discussions about this and whether or not you can find these electrical failures with the temperature data, but we haven't found a correlation. Sometimes you have an electrical failure and you see something on the temperature, but it's always like, was this related? Could have been something else. And in other cases, you don't see anything on the temperature side. So yeah, it's an ongoing discussion on whether or not we can detect this kind of issues. But yeah, we do monitor also phase temperature, transformer temperature as well. Yeah.
And maybe see you a trend by new turbines. So I heard that there are more problems of isolation by bigger generators from newer turbines.
because they are more on the limit. And ripple currents injected by the inverter are problematic. So
Sorry, I
do you see
didn't-
this? Do you see a trend that newer ones have more problems at that point?
Oh, it's a good question. I don't think we've thought about it that way. We are usually monitoring older fleets because the newer sites are still under full scope contracts, so we're not really looking as much into newer sites. We're looking at 10, 15-year-old sites. But yeah, we haven't seen a correlation, but we also haven't looked for it. So it's a good thing to take into account. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
Good. Well, thank you very much, Anna. That's great. And we'll break for lunch. And if we could be back ready to start at 2:20, that'd be great. Thank you. Great. Well, welcome back, everyone. Hope you enjoyed your lunch. We've got a relatively short session actually now because we've just got the two talks before our next break. So the first of which is Malcolm Heath. Malcolm is the Customer Success Manager in the innovation team at Windpower Monitoring. So over to you, Malcolm.
Yeah, thank you, David. And for this microphone. There we go. Yeah, nice to see everybody. Welcome back. Yeah, have a good lunch. So I'm Malcolm Heath. As David said, I'm the innovation manager, the customer success manager rather, for the innovation team at Windpower Monitor. And today I'm going to make today's presentation a little bit different from the others perhaps that we've been seeing so far, trying to give you a gentle introduction back after your lunch. So instead of talking about a particular innovation, so the whole conference here is about innovation. So instead of talking about one particular innovation, I want to talk to you about the process itself of innovating and how we do innovations, particularly within Windpower Monitor, how we do innovations. And I hope that will give us a chance to not talk about AI. My challenge for this presentation is to not mention AI. We'll see how we go. I'm not sure I'm going to get away with it, but we'll give it a go. So just a bit of background. So GPM is actually owned by DNV. So probably most of you have heard of us. We're a great big global consultancy working in all sorts of different areas, but particularly strong in energy and renewables. But within DNV, Windpower Monitor, we specialize in monitoring operational assets. So we provide hardware and software and services around that. So our core business is SCADA, essentially. So they're measuring it or analyzing it. So in the solar world and the storage world, we'll be there on the site. We'll be fitting in the hardware, the monitoring equipment, the data loggers, and so on. In the wind world, we tend to piggyback on top of the OEM SCADA, provide a second level SCADA there. And we build layers of software on top of that. So pardon me, portfolio monitoring and then performance analytics and so on top of that. And so GPM, we've kept our own brand name, but we're very much a part of DNV, and we work very closely with all the DNV teams. And then the innovation team within GPM, this is my team. We're a team full-time dedicated to innovation. So we're here trying to define and develop the next generation of features, if you like. So not small incremental improvements to what we're doing, but big new things, big changes. And we're built with, we're bringing in years of experience among us across the domains of wind and solar and storage, but also brought in the data science skills that we need for today's new technologies and new developments. And also we work, as I said, with the 5,000 energy engineers inside DNV. My job is the customer side of this. I have an engineering background, but my job nowadays is working with the customers. And it's about making sure that the projects we take on as the innovation team are the right ones, that they're ones which are valuable to the industry and to the outside world. So we're not wasting our time on some fancy technical gadget that we really like. We're actually trying to solve problems which have some value. So what I want to do is talk to you about how we work and how the innovations that we try and do, the process we follow, isn't something we do in isolation. We're an innovation team, but actually for success, it's all about collaboration and working together with the outside industry and with customers and so on, and people like yourselves. So what I'm going to cover here, basically three things. So I'm going to start with an example of how we don't do innovation, how it's not done, and then a bit more detail on how we do it, the interesting stuff. And then towards the end, I'll give you a little case study and an example and so on, and hopefully encourage you to get involved yourselves. So as I say, it's all about working with the industry. So encourage you to help us out, I guess, on this path to innovation. So how we don't do innovation. So best example is the story. So back in ancient Greece, Archimedes, the legendary famous engineer and scientist, was set a challenge by the king. So the king had had a brand new crown made, and he'd given the jeweler a big lump of gold and said, right, make me a nice new crown from this. But the king didn't really trust the jeweler. And he thought perhaps he was going to cheat and steal some of the gold and replace it with something cheaper, but melt it all together and mix it up so you can't tell. So Archimedes knew the way to test this, or well, after a while he decided the way to test this was to understand the density of the crown. So the density of gold is something he knew, and he could measure the density of, well, he wanted to know the density of the crown to test it. So density, you need to know the weight of it and the volume of it. So the weight's not a problem. Even in ancient Greece, they were pretty good at weighing things. He could weigh stuff, no problem. But the density was a challenge, or the volume rather was a challenge. How do you measure the volume of a very intricate, delicately shaped crown? So he thought about this, and he thought about it. He stroked his beard, and he scratched his head, and he thought. And then he went to take a bit of a bath to relax. And he climbed into the bath, and it came to him in a flash of inspiration, the solution, because the water poured out of the bath when he climbed in, and the water that fell out was the same volume as the body of himself that he put in. And he thought, that's fantastic. This is it. This is how we measure the volume of something. And Eureka, he shouted, and ran shouting naked down the streets of Syracuse. A fantastic story, but not how we work. So we're not as clever as Archimedes. So we're quite a lot more shy than Archimedes. So we don't rely on flashes of inspiration. Instead, we have a process that we follow. So the first step is to understand or decide an idea, a project for us to pursue. What are we gonna take on? And to get the ideas, we need to talk with the industry. So it's not about us sitting down and thinking, oh, I know the problem should be solved. It's whatever. We need to talk to people and find out what problems people really have, what challenges they're really facing, or just what opportunities for improvements they see. So my job is to talk to lots of customers. I've been trying to do it while we're here, and find out what you're after. I've been asking people, what do you want? What would you like a tool to do for you? In 5 years' time, what would your dream tool be doing? I say 5 years to try and give this sense of it being actually quite a long road to developing it. And so I have these conversations with as many people as possible, and I'd love it to be with as many of you as possible. And I try and dig in deep to really understand that. So here we're having quite superficial conversations. Ideally, I'd sit with somebody for an hour or so and dig deeper into really what they're after, what they mean. So if we say, oh, structural health is a big thing for me, I want to know about structural health. I want to try and understand what you mean by that, what you want to know about the structural health, what kind of structures you're talking about, which ones really matter to you. So try and dig into that and get as good an understanding of an idea as we can. And we do that across all sorts of different ideas. And we put them into what we call the funnel. So this funnel here of ideas. And every now and then we look at this funnel and say, right, which one are we going to take out of this? Which idea are we going to pick up and work on? And I'm looking for ones which we can solve, really. We stand a good chance of solving. So something that uses the data that we're gathering in GPM, our big resource of data, the knowledge that we have as a team and that DNV has, and then the data science skills that we have. So the modern technologies we can bring to working with all that data. And yeah, to say every now and then we've got the chance, we pull out a new idea and we've chosen that best one, and that's the one that we work on into our in our development process. So we have a process that we follow that's called the double diamond. This is the first diamond that's here. Hopefully the reason for the diamond will make sense as I explain. So we start over there on the left with the simple description of an idea that we have. So like one post-it note, if you like, from all the conversations and all the workshops we've held and so on. We pull out one post-it note of an idea to work on. And then we talk to people again about what that is. So again, I try and talk to as many people as I can, that everyone who's got some kind of interest in that idea, and understand what it means to them. So you know, everybody actually has a slightly different understanding of problems, slightly different solutions that they're after. We end up with a big variety of different definitions of what the problem might be, and a whole forest of post-it notes in the middle. And so our scope of work, or the scope of the project, has grown broader, and we get into the bulge in the middle of that diamond. And then we have to say, well, we can't do all of this. We can't be everything to everybody. So we need to define what we're actually going to work on. And so we enter this next step called definition. And here again, we're talking to people and we're trying to work out which of all those millions of post-it notes, which one is the most valuable one to the most number of people, which is what's really going to help everybody, or as many people as we can. And we get more precise still about what it is we're trying to do. And we end up hopefully with just a single or maybe one or two definitions of exactly what we're after. And we'll have gone from just a very short verbal description at the beginning to perhaps by this stage drawings and mock-ups and visualizations of what it is that we're working at. So trying to really crystallize the idea of what we're trying to do and what we're trying to achieve. And that takes us then into the second diamond of the double diamond. And here we start doing the technicalities of it, I guess. So we start trying to actually make a solution, make something that works. So we'll get together and we'll think about how we might be able to solve this problem. So we'll get all the brains of the team. We might bring in some more people from DNV in to help us out. And we'll have a bit of a brainstorming, I guess, of different possible ways of approaching the solution. So we'll need a physical model of something, or we'll need a machine learning model of something, or some other kind of AI, or I've done it. I said AI, never mind. No one noticed. Yeah, or maybe some other AI or whatever, or maybe DNV elsewhere, some other department has already got a solution to this problem. Perhaps our advisory teams are essentially already solving this problem for people, and we just need to take it and digitalize it and put it into our platform. So again, we've got another bulge in the middle of a diamond. And that takes us then into the fourth stage, the last bit, the delivery stage. Well, not the last bit at all, but the next bit of the delivery stage, where we start trying to really develop those solutions and find out which ones work, which ones are really going to do what we need and are actually technically feasible and so on. Many of the ideas will fall by the wayside quite quickly. Some of them we'll explore with longer and more depth. And we'll be building up more and more sophisticated tools and sophisticated prototypes of the solution. But again, of a few of different alternatives. And so we end up down at the delivery end of things where we've narrowed it down to probably a single or maybe a couple of working prototypes of solutions. And that takes us out of the double diamond with this one working prototype that we can then really properly put into the hands of customers. Because all the way through within that delivery stage and through that development stage, we'll have been checking verbally with customers, if you like, and showing them mock-ups and drawings of things to check that we're on the right lines and the right tracks. By the time we come out of the delivery, we've got something working, a prototype that we can give people to actually work and play with. So we'll have a few customers. So I started with trying to talk to as many customers as possible. We'll have narrowed that down to a few who are really, really keen, really interested in the project. Give them the prototypes to work with. Pardon me. And then we get into perhaps a more conventional software development situation where we have a version, we give it to customers, we get their feedback, we make some changes from that feedback, give them the next version, get some feedback, make some more changes, and iterate through following the progress of that one solution until we get something which is really good and really ready for the open market, and then we can start delivering it to all our customers and really selling it. Right, so that's the what we call the double diamond process. But as we go through that, we're confirming with customers that we're doing the right thing, but we also want to be sure that on a technical level we're doing it right as well. So something the technical quality of the product is something we take very seriously, and we'll spend as much time, quite often as much time, at least as much time testing our tools as we do developing them in the first place. And the way we do that is to split our team up into two halves. So we have the makers and the breakers. So the makers are the ones who write the codes, who define the algorithms, the solution. And the breakers are the ones who try and break it. They're testing it and they're looking for faults in it, looking for edge cases that don't work, validating it against real data. So we have the luxury in GPM and DNV of access to data about an awful lot of sites all around the world. So we can validate our results against those. And also try to make sure that what we're doing is aligned with everything else we're doing in DNV. So DNV gives a lot of advice to customers. It does a lot of independent reviews of things. We want to try and make sure that numbers that come out of GPM align with numbers that come out of DNV. I mean, there are other stories. There are other pieces of work. So that's something else the breakers keep an eye on, that we're aligned. If we're doing something that DNV already does, we're giving results which are compatible with what they do. They're not always necessarily exactly the same, but there's be reasons for that we can explain. So yeah, we have these two teams taking the validation carefully and seriously, and making sure that what we end up is something that's really reliable, technically reliable, doesn't keep breaking, but it's also trustworthy and it's giving results that people can use. So we have that double diamond. There is the two diamonds there, and we start at the left and work our way across to the right. In practice, of course, it never goes smoothly. It's always full of iterations and loops back. So for one reason or another, so we might be finding that a technical process we were following turns out not to be feasible. We can't actually get results from it, or it's just too expensive. If we do it, you kind of do it again, a big enough computer and long enough to wait, but in practice, it's too complicated. So that might make us go back and take another method. Or the customers might say to us, this is great, it's a fantastic piece of technology, but it's not doing what we want it to do. You've lost track. You've gone off down some rabbit hole of technological fun, but you're not actually doing something useful. So again, we go back to the drawing board. So yeah, the double diamond with all these iterations. And then, of course, at the end of it too, lots more final testing of the final product. And of course, sometimes it just doesn't work out. So sometimes, in fact, most of the time, the projects we start don't make it all the way through. For one reason or another, what felt like a good idea to begin with might turn out not to have been so good. It might not turn out to be valuable enough to be worth doing, or it may just be too difficult. It may be that it would be fantastic if we could do it, but either we can't find a solution or the solutions we find are just too expensive in practice to do. So many of the projects that we start off with fail and get stopped, and we have to go back to the drawing board, back to our funnel and choose another idea. And I think this is probably one of the key things that makes an innovation team different from a normal product development team, is that we expect to fail on most of our projects. I say most, let's just say the majority. There's a limit, obviously. We want to try and make sure they're sensible ideas to start with, but we do expect to fail a lot. And our managers expect us to fail a lot. And that's okay that we start projects and don't finish them, so long as we can justify why. And we've made sensible choices along the way. That's okay. And that's a great privilege of working in innovation, that we can take that approach. We can take risks. We can try things which might not work, but sometimes they do work. So let's move on to a case study of one of our successes and show you how we follow the double diamond through that. So yaw misalignment is the subject there. I think we basically all know what it is, but essentially your turbine isn't pointing into the wind. It's supposed to point into the wind to be as efficient as possible, but for one reason or another, it's not. And that can be a very difficult thing to detect from standard techniques. So yeah, we knew from customers that they have turbines which underperform. They don't really know why. Standard analysis isn't telling them why. But we also know from experience that yaw misalignment is one possible reason for that. So we decided, we should take this idea to explore and try and develop it. So we went to that first discovery phase of the first diamond, talked to people about what they would want from a yaw misalignment tool. So maybe they want a one-off study, just a snapshot of the state of the wind farm. Maybe they need continuous monitoring. They want to know if things change. There were different details they might want to know about, like how far, the extent of the misalignment, how much production is being lost, when did it start, things like this. And they might want alarms to go off when there's a problem found to keep them alerted. So there are all sorts of different things that we might do. We get into the definition phase, when we find out really what's valuable, what most people want. So then we bring it down to say, well, actually, we want a continuous monitoring solution. And there are particular details we're after. And we want reports about it, but we don't actually need a text in the middle of the night telling us that there's yaw misalignment been discovered. We're not that interested. So that takes us through into the second diamond. We start developing it. So first of all, we start thinking about possible ways to solve the problem. So inspections, that's the classic way of solving yaw misalignment, to actually go there and measure things. Or we could add some extra sensors. or we could work with SCADA data, with different ideas thrown around. And as we get into the delivery stage, we start trying those out. Well, inspections, that's not going to meet the need for continuous monitoring. The sensor-based monitoring, adding some extra sensors in there, yeah, that can give us some good results, but that's expensive. You try and do that across a whole wind farm or a fleet of wind farms, and that starts adding up and becomes expensive. So SCADA-based monitoring turned out to be our conclusion as being the best technology to follow to try and do it. And then we get into delivery, we're coding it up, we're coming up with algorithms. We had some big brains working on it, coming up with ways in which we might be able to do it. But we found that 10-minute SCADA data, your standard SCADA data, wasn't going to work. So there's within a 10-minute period, there's just too much going on. The wind can change direction, the turbine can change direction. You can't work with that. So then we think, well, actually, maybe we need higher frequency SCADA data. Let's start looking at OPC data, 1-second data. And then, yeah, that manages to fix into the algorithms. That works. And in fact, you only need 30-second data was the final conclusion. So that was fast enough. So we get a technical solution there. But also through this, we're talking with our customers and finding out what do they want to see. Just numbers? Of course not. So various graphs and charts and so on get mocked up and drawn together about how to really present the results, try and make it something that people can work with and act on. So yeah, so at the end of the delivery phase, we've got good numbers that we can validate. So the breakers are validating that against the data that we've got, some sites where we know there have been yaw misalignment problems. We can compare it against that and say, yeah, we were predicting those, we were finding those. So we can come out of that delivery phase with a working algorithm. And then we're now at the moment, we're in the next phase, which I really should have added onto the slides. But the normal development phase where we've got the prototype, we want to show that to customers, get the feedback and let us kind of tweak it and turn it into a really usable thing. So yes, if anybody's interested in yaw misalignment and wants to test that prototype, let me know. But that's it. Yeah, we're testing out that prototype now. So yeah, so that's the process that we follow. I hope you found it interesting. And I hope you've got the core message, which is all about us talking to customers. So please come and talk to me. Yeah, give me some of your time. Tell me about your pain points, your challenges, or the opportunities simply that for improvements that you've seen and you know of. I'm really keen to hear about it. And hopefully, we start working on something which really interests you then. You might be able to stay with us through to the prototype stage and start working with early versions and get early access to a tool and hopefully early benefits from it. And a big chance to influence what we do. It's the whole thing actually is giving you a chance to influence what we do and what I guess what the industry generally does, the software industry side does, and make sure that we're tackling the challenges that have value to you and matter to you. So yes, please come and talk to me or ask me some questions now.
Thank you, Malcolm. Another question at the front here.
Hi. Yeah. Innovation processes. I was product manager for a while, so I know about them. How's the Cyber Resilience Act affecting the way you go about your developments?
I can't tell you anything in great detail. So we have a cybersecurity team that stay on top of that stuff. In general, within our team, our algorithms are quite contained. The data's on the server already, and the results are usually on the server. So what we do as a team isn't deeply entangled with the cybersecurity issues. So that issue lies with the connection to the site mostly, or the connection to the customer, and so on. So I guess that's the thing that's established and it's understood. And as technology moves on, our experts are there applying whatever changes are needed and whatever's necessary there.
Yeah, I'm thinking more lines of compliance with ISO 27000 and the ISO for secure development.
You know, honestly, I don't know. I would say on that one, I don't know. We haven't found any big issues coming up from our cybersecurity people watching this kind of stuff, and stay on top of that stuff. So yeah, I don't think it's not been a big problem for us yet.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Our serial question answer.
Yeah, I've always got to ask a question. So innovation is really fun. How do you maintain company buy-in when so many projects are going to fail, or you get cost overruns, or timelines expand?
Yeah, it gets hard. So it's all about, I guess what I'm trying to do now is to make that work better in a way by trying to explain this process and make people realize that they're joining in the risk element. So we're putting in a lot of risk. We have a lot of people spending a lot of time on projects that might not happen, but we are asking our customers to risk some of their time as well. So hopefully just an hour or two here or there with conversations about things. But yeah, I'm trying to help people understand that risk element is there. So the reward is that software goes in the right direction and tools are made that are useful and valuable to you. But there is an element of risk the other way round. So it's not just it's not a simple transaction saying, oh, we'd like this feature, and we say, okay. There is a bit of risk on both sides, but we take more risk than you do. So yeah, I think it's worth it. I'm trying.
And then, do you get any pushback internally that not delivering outcomes all the time?
Yeah, it's a very difficult thing. So there's lots of people interested in our relationships with customers and stuff, and wanted to maintain with customers, and a business development team who are I guess more short term in what they're doing. For them, they worry a lot about customers not understanding what the outcome of a conversation is, or the expectations from those conversations. So I'm trying to make an extra effort now to make sure that people understand how it is, and when we're talking about what's going to be the next release of Green Power Monitor, and when we're talking about what's going to be potentially years down the line. So it's all about that communication and that understanding.
I think there's a question further down the front row there. Yeah.
Thank you. Working innovation, as you said, a lot of projects fail, right? So what is your process to kill these ideas as soon as possible with as minimum cost as possible as well?
Yeah, so we try and keep almost like a register of the risks to a project when we get started. So they'll be quite high level to begin with. It'll be like, the risks are actually not many customers will want it, or we won't be able to make the technology work or whatever. And we keep reviewing the status of those risks. And as we go on, they'll get more detailed. They'll be like, well, actually, we haven't got enough validation data to be able to prove whether this works or not, or whatever. And then we'll get more detailed about, we're not going to have enough processor power to implement this particular solution. So, but we'll keep maintaining that register of risks as we go, and we sit down regularly, more or less once a month, and review those risks and say, well, actually, is this still seriously feasible? Are we still getting there? Or in fact, is there too many difficult things, or is some of these just a complete showstopper or whatever? So we're constantly reviewing that register of risks.
So does that serve as a gate, for example, for crossing from one process to the other, from definition to delivery or not?
Less so, that's less tied up to the risk side of things. That's more, I guess, project by project. You get to the point where you think like the discovery is done. So when you've the discovery period, when you've stopped learning anything new, when everything you hear from customers is something you've heard before, then you can say, well, actually, we've done the discovery now, and then you move on to the next one. And likewise, the definition, when you get to the point where you think, well, actually, there's a kind of a consensus here that this is a useful thing, then we'll move on to development. Although, to be fair, those two diagrams, realistically, they kind of overlap. Those two diagrams, you're starting to develop actually before you finish defining, because technical feasibility is a key part of what you end up trying to do. So we're not, there aren't particularly stage gates that we go through. It's much more a constant or regular checking of where you're at.
Great. Well, thank you, Malcolm.
Okay.
It's very interesting. I think you achieved your objective of giving us something a little bit different. So that's very welcome. So we'll move on to our next speaker, who's Florian Rehwold, Research Associate at Fraunhofer. So, welcome, Florian.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yes, as I said, I'm Florian Rehwold from the Fraunhofer Research Institute for Energy Economics and Energy System Technology. I'm pleased to present to you some ideas of us which we had in the last years or which we are working now on, correlated to some stages of predictive operations. My presentation is structured as follows. I wanted to define shortly the basics of maintenance strategies, just that we talk about the same, but I think all of you know it from the last presentations today. Then I want to follow up with total, I think, 4 ideas, which we had to solve some of the problems in that operation phases. The motivation, I think don't have to say so much about it. We know in the last decades we had a lot of catastrophic failures during the operation of wind turbines. Not so much, but there was someone. And there are a lot of efforts which were done in the operation management and especially in the maintenance strategies which were done. We have another problem that we have to solve. So we have an increasing reliability with the increase of our scaling of the turbines. So we have much more performance, much more efficiency, but lower reliability. How do we try to come up with that? We have different strategies, which are, I think, most of us try to find or to operate. The first one, the corrective maintenance strategy, is that one which no one wants, I would say. It reacts when a failure occurs. The preventive one is the minimum one, which should be the current state of the art, I would say, where you frequently measure your status of the turbine and try to find the failures or the upcoming failures before they happen. Reacts in a lot of resources which you need and sometimes a waste of resources. What we all want is the ideal form, I think, of condition-based predictive maintenance, where we measure continuously the state of the turbine and can act if shortly before the failure happens and can bring our frequently services to a low number of frequencies. Yes. So what are limits to that strategies? We try to find here to show here an comparison between the data which you need to operate in these strategies and which strategies and which methods help there. And what we the first point I want to talk about is the maintenance data, which I think every time is needed to operate in some predictive maintenance form. And that was one too much. We heard a lot of it today. There is unstructured data for the historical parts of a turbine often available, and there's a gap which we try to fill here to bring these data into a standardized structured format. And our way to do it is we make some optical character recognition, some information extraction, and then a text classification according to a domain standard. I know we heard a lot of times, GenAI can do this too. That's true. We tested that, but for all who doesn't trust them or where the compliance rules doesn't allow to use it, maybe this solution could be a way. The goal is, as I said, put all these unstructured information from different sources together and bring them in the same format. What we do for that is we have a 6 phases framework. The frameworks you can see here, so starting with scanning and loading if it's handwritten documents, making the optical character recognition to make them readable, and extract the important informations out of the text fields. With these archived structured information, we make another classification to bring it in a standardized format. For example, like RDSP. I don't know why it's going automatic. Where we have these advantages of unique label components, Kihirashi, applied to different turbines. But this is something what is not this is not the only way. There are other standards also available or possible to do to bring it in this format, like GSP or something like that. Yeah, coming back to this picture, what is the next point which I want to talk about? A further challenge in the context of the data availability exists in the area of the monitoring systems, and I would say in special in the field of the early fault detection. However, these methods are often, there are a lot of methods existing which try to do that, but most of them are developed and tested on some single events or some single failures. And a generalized benchmark is not really available. And we try to fill this gap and created a benchmark data set. We call it Care to Compare. The goal was that our data set has these 4 attributes. It should be comprehensive, balanced, from high quality, and has detailed labels. You see here these 7 requirements which we defined. So that was the requirements we think that they are important. They are a bit based on validating AI-based methods. Yes, I said the word. So the one important requirement which I want to tell you, point on here is the balanced, that it need to be balanced and that we need to be as much normal behavior in the training data. And I think the other points are clear. So 1 year of training data for each turbine to cover all seasonal trends. And this last point is the most important point. We need a data set where we have defined start and end points. So not during a failure, before a failure. So the goal for this is validate early fault detection. So we wanted to label the most earliest point where a detection would be possible. So for that we pre-labeled a data set with our approaches of anomaly detection which we had, and manually checked them and reset the start points. And so we created a data set where we have defined where we have a defined start of an anomaly event before a failure happened. At the end, we had then a data set of 3 wind farms with different feature spaces, so from around 80 features to over 900. That really depends on how much sensors at the turbines are installed. And all these data are from real turbines. They are only anonymized, but the data is from real turbines. Yeah, as we said, we wanted to solve that problem of a comparability of anomaly detection algorithms for predictive maintenance. And next to the data set, we published together with this paper a new score. The new score covers the 4 attributes: coverage, accuracy, and earliness, and reliability. I know there are a lot of scores available, for example, Numenta score or just easy F beta scores and all this stuff. Yeah, we was not familiar with that and create our own one. Yeah. So that was the point of early fault detection and the missing validation data. The next point I want to view on is the point of using remaining useful lifetime models as an operation strategy. Yeah, as you see here in this study, a lot of, or not a lot, some single events deal into very high damage on, for example, the tower of the blades. So a few storm events has the greatest impact. So it could be an idea to deal with these situations, not in that way that we run only the full power through these storm events. And what we tried out for that is we developed an economical optimization controller, or it's not really a controller, it's yeah, it's a simulation tool, which gets wind forecasts, electric price forecasts, and offer a minimum price to operate a turbine. And this is done, sorry, this is done on, the optimization is done on the loads which the turbine gets through these environmental situations and the price which is offered. Yeah, how does that module work? We have different submodules, one which calculates the operational costs, one for the income and the revenues, and the most important one for the rear and tier models, or the fatigue load models. And all these models get next to these reference here and generalized schedule. What the models or the submodules then calculate is the input for another module which calculates the annuity. And this one is optimized by the optimizer. And the mechanism which is used here is the changing of the generalized schedule. So this generalized schedule says for each possible environmental situation and price situation, gives the option should we run or not. And yeah, we make some case studies or scenarios with that. And what we tested were 3 different strategies. The basis one was operate every time if we have positive market prices. And the second one was based on a fixed price where we said, okay, under this price we don't operate. And the complex one was has different states for different wind turbine, wind speed and turbulence intensity and price situations. And with that, we can optimize the here in that time lifetime for this standard location here in Klicksbühl up to, what is it, 31 years from before 21. So we can reach increase the annuity here yeah, up to 0.8 million euro per year. I think that's not so less, but we have one problem. We have a great uncertainty. So this module, which I described before, takes these reference year and reference price probabilities and use them for each year. So the assumption here is the price situation in 20 years or 30 years is the same. So what did we do to deal with that? We make a simulation where we tested these, yeah, in Germany we say das Schäfchen ins Trockenholen, where we operate first in the first 20 years with a basis strategy. And after that, we changed the strategy to the optimal one. And we see here that so in German it's the renewable energy law, which is main here with EEG, that we have in the phase for the EEG the same revenues and income and the same annuity. And after that, we have two different trends. And in total, we can see here that we have 5.6 million more over the whole lifetime, with the assumption that we have here a wind farm with an invest of 100 million euro. More after the 30 years of lifetime. So yeah, but still we have here this problem of it can be used at the moment, I think, for all turbines where repowering is not possible. But for new installed turbines, we have still this uncertainty, what is in 20 years. So what we try to develop now in the next development stage, we have a new project for that. It's called Othello. We try to optimize not on the dynamic lifetime, on the whole lifetime. We try to optimize the day-ahead schedule. The components we use for that are nearly the same. So we need an electric price forecast. We need a wind forecast, but also a turbulence forecast. Turbulence are really important to know if we want to calculate the correct power, the correct loads. And what we want to do here in this project is not only providing shutdown events. We want to provide an optimized schedule with using a derating strategy. So this is still ongoing, and results are not available at the moment. But the results from before, I think, show that there are some options. So what is our goal for the future? If we are looking at that picture again, we think the next step, and we heard it today or yesterday, is from the predictive maintenance to a prescriptive maintenance. So what we plan to do in the next years is, or next year, I think, to develop a system which combines multiple systems which you see before. So we have here a combination of an anomaly detection system, and at the end it could be an GenAI approach, but here we say it's the digital workflow which is meant here to create a database which have anomaly patterns inside, maintenance information, also drone inspections could be inside there, and train on that an agent system which provide them recommended actions or work orders if they need it. Yeah, let me end up with some conclusion. We saw it a lot in the last presentations too. Yeah, with ongoing digitalization, the options to improve the maintenance activities are multiple, so there are a lot. And as a conclusion of this presentation, as a basic historical error and failure data is essential, and AI enables technical language processing, so that closes the gap. Comparable data sets and scoring methods are also needed, and with these care to compare data sets, we try to make where the start, and you're all welcome to use these data sets, but you're all welcome to publish more data sets. And the last point, new situations be changed in the feed-in remuneration requires new operation strategies. This is the idea of our Othello project. And this is the idea of what we want to come with up. So that's all. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you, Marin. Any questions in the room? Phil, yeah.
Hi, a very specific question, but you mentioned turbulence intensity forecast. I'm interested to know what's your approach to forecasting turbulence intensity?
I thought that this question will come up. Yeah, it's not my topic, I would have to say. I know we are working with Icon 2 data there and try to use that data as a basis. But what the approach behind that is, I don't have the knowledge about it. Sorry.
Okay.
But I can write it down and answer it after.
Thanks.
Any other questions in the room? Yeah.
So in your remaining useful life model, which parts were you actually looking at the remaining useful life for? Were you taking it across the whole turbine, or were there specific parts that you had of interest?
We try to find models for the whole turbine, but at the moment it focuses on the mechanical parts, so blades, gearbox, bearings, tower. We have simplified models for electrical ones, but yeah, the uncertainty that the electrical part is very, very high, and that was the question why I asked what are you saying when you're monitoring the temperature. We have some standards which describes how, for example, an isolation is aging by the temperature effects. But yeah, what I heard from other colleagues, this is not the current state of the art, but no one has better values.
Yeah, it was mainly the tower question was the main point, because we've seen earlier on that the tower life reacts differently to shutdowns than the mechanical life. So it's an interesting conundrum there. Thank you.
Good. Okay. Well, thank you very much, Florian. Yeah. So in your agenda, we have a talk from Res, but actually we had that yesterday. So unless we want to hear it again, we'll leave that now. So I think what we'll do, we'll take a break now for half an hour, and then we'll come back for our final panel session and a wrap up, which I think yesterday it worked quite well, being interactive and having questions from the audience as well. So I think we might try something a bit similar today. So if we can meet back at what is it, 22:04, that'd be great. Thank you. I think we've got the right numbers. Yeah, we've ended up with a full house. Oh, yeah, thanks. Thank you.
Over halfway through enough to get the between.
Why me and not you? What are you thinking?
I think it's 4-4-1, isn't it? Pretty
Great. Well, welcome back, everyone. I think we're thinning out a little bit, aren't we? I think people are heading home. Yeah. So we've just got a final panel session, which is billed as the use of artificial intelligence in smart O&M of wind farms. But we're going to sort of expand it a little bit and talk about not just the operational phase, but also the pre-construction phase, and maybe look at what we can learn from each other in that aspect. We won't go on too long, but as we did yesterday, I'd like to have a time when we can also open up for questions from you, because I think that probably worked quite well, and you've probably got better questions than I have anyway. So I'll start off and ask a few questions, and then we'll see where we go from there. So on stage, we've got Ben, Ocken, Phil, Tom, Malcolm. So yeah, thank you all for agreeing to take part in this panel session. I'll start off with a very general question, really, about how you see digitalization and AI transforming the landscape in and then either O&M or in pre-construction, depending on how you want to answer that. So does anyone want to go first, or shall we just go down the line?
I can kick off. I can kick off.
Go for it. Yeah.
So I think it's like they work in tangent. So digitalization has been around for a long time as a term and something people have been wanting to do. And it's good that we saw in some of the talks today how like a lot of paper documents were being now digitalized, or rather that process had been finished. I don't think anyone really foresaw AI and large language models becoming what they were or what they are. But we can see now how they work really well together, because all these paper documents are now digitized, and that's perfect to be crawled through by large language models. In terms of the future for where we see AI going, I think AI is definitely like the next gear after digitization of all our existing paper processes. And right off the bat, for like the long-term view, I think we'll see over the coming years more and more of the experts being used to approve things that large language models have put together. So you still need the expert eye in there. They'll go through and they'll say, yeah, I agree with that, or I need to tweak this bit. You know, that's already happening in software development. Coders are writing less and less code. They are just seeing what's written, making tweaks, correcting where it's done something completely off the rails. But the output has increased hugely over the past few years. I think, as David pointed out, though, one of the big problems, and one of your questions earlier was, how do the trainees learn? How do we get people up to the expert level? Because the jobs that used to be given to the trainees or the apprentices are now going to be done by AI. So there's going to be this gap underneath us.
Yeah. Yeah, I was reflecting on your question earlier, and I think there's a real risk there, isn't there? There's a real danger that, you know, the way that we learned our trade is being taken away actually from people who are joining now. So maybe that's a collective challenge which we need to think about, how we can prevent the sort of de-skilling of the industry. So yeah, thank you, Tom. Does anyone else want to jump in on that one? Phil?
Yeah, so I'll extend a little bit, and I think a couple of points that have been made, I think, a bit by you, Thomas, yesterday, and so Charlie mentioned machine learning as well, but breaking this down into the different areas, because LLM revolution has really taken off a couple of years ago, and we're kind of focused a lot on that at the moment. But we have been in the process of, you know, the last 5 years or so, made real improvements in getting our data in place, SCADA data, other source of data, having automated processes to deal with that. Pretty good at that. machine learning is being used, but is not being used widely enough. And firstly, there's huge opportunities in machine learning, which we're almost slightly forgetting about now with the sort of LLM revolution. I think it's important, as you said, that we should keep these terms separate. I think AI is used a lot as a big buzzword, but is a very vague term, actually. And we have machine learning, mainly regression models, really, really useful. And now with this LLM revolution, that's really useful, but in a very different place, because it's all these documents which we can now combine with the structured data. So combining the unstructured data with the structured data gives you more insights than using those things alone.
Yeah, thank you. I think that's a very useful reminder to us to make that distinction. I think, yeah, very both AI, but very distinct in what they do and what they can do for us. Yeah, thanks, Phil. Malcolm,
so
do you
I
wanna
will
jump in?
carry on from what Phil was saying there. Really, yeah, for me, it's this merging of all the different data types and the different systems and the different kinds of analyses and so on, which go on currently quite separately in quite separate little silos. The ability now to start bringing all that together into a single place, a single interface, and we could just talk to and say, what is the biggest problem I've got? Maybe it won't be quite that easy, but that ability to have a unified system that is somehow coping with all the different kinds of data that have come from all the different places. I think that will be quite a real step change in the way that people can work.
Yeah, I must admit, I've had my eyes opened just these last couple of days to the what's going on with LLM, because maybe slightly opposite to what you're saying, Phil. I've had my head buried in machine learning for the last 5-6 years, but really maybe I've been a little bit blind to LLM, other than the sort of chat GPT stuff. But to see it actually being used for something useful in the context of wind turbine O&M, that's been really good for me. So yeah, thanks. Should we go to the end? Go to Ben.
Yeah, I'd like to build on what everyone said. I think if you take more of an abstract view, computers and digitalization is able to help us solve more problems. And these are generally the problems that we focus on, we think is difficult. What we forget sometimes is that some of the more simple problems, like, is the data going to get there? Is it going to get to the system? Has someone run the checks on it? What assumptions were made? I think we still need to cover some of these more basic issues. And as the models get more sophisticated, we're going to need to worry less about that and more about the practicalities of making sure that runs every time right, to get the results that it promises. And I think that's going to become more and more difficult if you look at the trend for cybersecurity. I think Thomas had a very interesting part in your speech about RAG, where you talked about the possibilities of injecting text into an LLM. So normally you can protect against that better with injections because you've got something codified going in. But if it's just language, there's going to be very little protection against that. So if you want that to work right every time, we've got to solve that issue. We've got to make sure that if there's an air gap system and some cyber person says you can't take data off that system, how are you going to monitor that wind farm? I think these are the questions that I don't think everyone needs to start thinking about, but at least a subset of people need to be going, right, some clever person's over there, I've given them the data, this keeps failing it, better model for that, please. But we need to take a system approach. And if we look, my view from a maintenance based and condition monitoring approach is very different to, say, Ocken's from yield assessments. So we've historically not been too good at that. So that's quite worrying.
That's a really interesting insight. Thanks, Ben. Ocken, we'll come to you.
Just very briefly, I have been reflecting a lot, like yesterday and today, about what the future would look like, especially from our perspective. And I think we really see the pressure to bridge, like, our forecasts, like energy predictions, with the real performance. And by what I mean by that is basically, instead of delivering one yield assessment, maybe 2 yield assessments before the project closes, financial close, I think we are likely to provide some set of scenarios in a machine understandable format, maybe with JSON schemas, somewhere stored in a secure database or maybe blockchain, and then continuously get the feedback from the operational performance. And ideally, this relates back to the open data where we can update our assumptions and get more accurate.
Mm-hmm. So you're sort of you're learning, you're improving your model of the pre-construction based on data that you're then getting fed back.
But especially as an industry, ideally. And how to do that is, I think, is the story we need to create. I think we have gone a long way, but maybe we should now think about the story, how we should make the story understandable for lenders and OEMs, that we have these sources, means to really make these accurate, because at the end of the day, we need to get this project finance and really fast. So
yeah. So it comes back to this question we keep coming back to about the access to data and the opportunities for us to improve across the board if data is made available more freely, more available. Yeah. So yeah, we need to paint that picture for people. Yeah. Thank you, Håkan. Yeah. So yeah, one of the I guess one of the things which people often say about a machine learning or an LLM tool is that it's a little bit magic. You don't really know what's going on in there. It's very impressive in what it can do, but how can we really trust it? How important do you think sort of interpretability of these models is, and what steps can we take to build that trust, if you like, for things that are different? We can't point to a physics model and explain that the equations work. It's a more abstract idea of that. So I don't know, Phil, do you want to start on that one?
Yeah, I mean, for me, I think so. Machine learning models are more or less by their nature black boxes, but I think it's about how you use them and our approach. And well, I'm glad to have seen this kind of marketing drop down a bit in the last couple of years, but there was a lot of talk from certain providers of, we've got this one magic model that will tell you all about your power performance or your condition monitoring, and that if it's one magic model, that's going to be a black box and it's going to be hard to trust. So for us, it's always been about breaking that down into individual analyses and like combining the outputs of those. So like I mentioned earlier in my talk, we have an algorithm for calibrating the wind speed at turbines from other turbines. That's one piece of information that goes into a story alongside power models, which may also be machine learning. But if you break it down, you know which ones to be suspicious of, or you have multiple pieces of evidence rather than just relying on one.
I quite liked your distinction earlier in your talk about trustability and sensitivity. Is that right? Those two terms, and yeah,
a bit of a spin on precision and recall.
Yeah,
essentially.
yeah, and that, I mean, that makes sense, and it's really nice when they both tell you the same answer. But how do you deal with things when you're actually getting different answers from each of those models?
You need 3 models, or you need as many models as you can. I mean, to say, I mean, if one of those is physics based or statistics, and statistics also to a certain extent is a black box, and some people say machine learning is just an extension of statistics, really. Yeah, like some of those are more understandable, and you can look a bit more into it, and often with statistics, it doesn't maybe give you a very clear answer, but there's this kind of benefit of hindsight thing where you can say, yeah, it was actually visible in there, but if you always triggered on that, you'd have too many false positives, so you don't. But there are cases when you can kind of see that in hindsight a little bit. But yeah, I think combination of having at least some physics-based models and having many models. Yeah.
I think you make a really good point as well with the separation of machine learning and I've called AI's large language models, because they are different things that they answer different questions, they're used for different things. So, and what you said with you need 3 models as well, I think that's where one of the challenges we've had as an industry previously was anyone using machine learning models is that they are black boxes and they're very difficult to trust. And when you can bring lots together and you have, say, a dozen models from different sources that you can't look together because they come in from different systems, different sources, what the large language model can do is it can pull it all together. So you're right, you don't just have one black box, you have a whole array of answers, and together they give you a very clear picture. They're not together a black box, even though individually each one's a black box. When you see them all agreeing, you have a lot more confidence in the answer coming out compared to 12 individual black box answers.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, helpful. Malcolm.
Yeah, so I'm thinking kind of, in a way, it's almost thinking aloud, I guess, but yeah, when you're looking at the trustability of an answer, you kind of have to tell a story that goes along with it. And that's going to be different for kind of every question in a way. But, you know, if your AI is predicting a component failure or something, then there is evidence that would convince a person that there's going to be a component failure. And so you need to train your AI to give you that evidence as well as giving you the conclusion. So you don't, as the user, you don't need to understand AI, how it works, but you just want to see the evidence that's led to the conclusion. And so I guess we need to give a lot of thought to what that evidence needs to be and kind of what's appropriate.
So it's about how you're presenting that alarm, action, suggestion.
Yeah, exactly.
Not just
story behind it. What's going to convince my site manager?
Yeah.
That this is the case.
Yeah.
And I guess that's back to human understanding, I guess, of what's being done and what's being asked for and what we're trying to say.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Ben, have you?
I probably would echo the thoughts of the other 3 people that spoke and don't want to repeat them.
Okay. I wanted to ask you about the use of probably machine learning models, I guess, in energy predictions, wind predictions, and so on. I mean, personally, I've always had a slight distrust of CFD. I've always felt you can get whatever answer you want out of CFD by tweaking the inputs, but that's probably even more so for if you replace some of that with machine learning and so on. Have you got any thoughts on?
Yeah, I mean, I can already say that our wind resource community is very conservative. And for good reasons. We had some bad, also traumatic experiences in the past with our assessment, and we have actually quite very streamlined processes, quality assurance processes how to do energy yield assessment. And I think we reached a level that we at least can have a very robust P50. Obviously, there are now questions about how to quantify the losses. Therefore, I think we will still remain a bit conservative. I guess that's my intuitive guess about machine learning. But at the same time, Fraunhofer, DNV, who are really at the forefront of this innovation, they are using machine learning to bridge some issues we see because of the innovation at the turbine level. Now we have maybe 150 meters and bigger rotors, so we need to measure higher, and then we cannot use the conventional methods. So for example, the vertical extrapolation, so we need to come up with different use cases. Machine learning can be used there, I think. And wake modeling will be a big problem for the next decade. And we might use LES as the gold standard to benchmark machine learning and to gain some confidence and rely some on really high computing power. So these are the 2 probably areas to bridge the gap of measurements and wake modeling.
Have you come across, I mean, we talk about, often when we're talking about doing yield assessments, we talk about a bankable yield assessment where ultimately it has to be of a quality level that will attract finance. Have you had challenges in convincing various parties of?
think we are not really using machine learning yet, really as a, so whenever we have a new method, not even speaking about machine learning, we need to have many, many examples, whether, and to showcase that it has been used successfully. So I think we are coming a bit behind, and it's good to see all these developments. Yeah, I think, and whenever we will use also wake modeling, for example, machine, let's say DNV, CFDML, we need to showcase, okay, this is how it performs at the specific case.
Yeah.
So
good. Yeah.
And actually one more thing. So we have also obviously the climate change problem. So there we might have some other use cases of machine learning.
You mean the long-term climate change?
In the long term.
Yeah.
More questions.
Yeah. So I just wanted to get a view from each of you on what you see the biggest challenge or obstacle in adoption of some of these more advanced analytics or machine learning or LLM in the various aspects of work that you're doing is at the moment. Ben, do you want to start off?
So I think it's when you've got a non-technical person using something, there's various assumptions, engineering and technical, that have gone into providing that. So you've got to make sure you communicate sort of some of that technical detail so someone knows how to use it, maybe when to look out for when it's going to give you something wrong. So in the 10% of cases or even higher, where it's not providing you the correct action, you've got to find an easy way for that person to see, hang on, are we sure? Can I double check this with a different source? So because sometimes we work with systems and decisions where you can't get them wrong, and that one wrong decision, like the false positive, can have really disproportionate effects. So it's communicating in a way that some of the detail becomes more accessible to the people actually consuming the products that we give.
And you think that's a communication problem rather than a sort of technical problem?
It could be, but if we start from, if we think that it's going to solve all our problems perfectly, all the time, then that is, I'm taking the assumption that we're not going to do that. There's always going to be nuance that someone's going to need to take into account, and if they solve one problem perfectly, we're going to extend it to another one. So therefore, that problem is going to need to deal with nuance. But if it solves everything, we don't need to listen to me. We're all on the beach somewhere.
Yeah. Does anyone else want to jump in on what they see the biggest challenge? Phil and then Tom, or Tom and then Phil.
Okay, so adoption question. So there's like a couple of ways of looking at it. There's, can you even adopt it because you've made it available? So a couple of years ago, I said I think one of the key changes would be the adoption of APIs and making data accessible between applications. So having small, narrowly scoped applications. And we're really now seeing the value in that because you can plug them in on my talk on RAG and make that information available. So first off, you can't adopt it if you can't even use the systems. The entry is a little lower for LLMs because you can just plug in PDFs and stuff. It's quite friendly to that format. The second side is the kind of trust and adoption by the end users. So two sides. There's the trust of, is it giving me the right answer? And that's a problem we've encountered from the kind of the advent of machine learning. It's a black box. Is it giving me the right answer? How do I know it's giving me the right answer? And there's also the kind of like new idea, which is really fed by the media, of job replacement. Are they sitting next to something and training something which is going to be replacing them? And are they seeing it like that? They shouldn't be seeing it like that. They should be seeing it as an assistant to make their jobs easier. But as like an extreme example, my brother-in-law works in robotics, and he just saw this thing that he was doing. I won't say exactly what it is for his job safety, but it was this cool robot that he was working on. And all he saw was that. And one day he went to visit it, and he saw that they had the human version doing the job and the robot with two big timer boards above them. And he said he felt so bad because these people were just trying to earn a paycheck. And he was designing something, and it was showing the number getting closer and closer to their speed. And he left that job shortly afterwards. But it's that ethical side of what you're doing. It's making sure that the people who are using these models and using these systems are adopting them because they don't feel like they're going to be replaced. They feel like it's there to help them make their job easier. And also us making sure that we're doing ethical things with these models. Like what kind of world do we want to live in at the end? We want to live in a utopia where everyone's jobs are made easy and everyone's lives are made easier, not the opposite where AI is taking everyone's jobs.
Yeah. Yeah. Have you experienced that kind of pushback within the wind industry yet, or you sense it's coming? Or
you feel it in the conversation. So you see it in the
Okay.
news a lot about job replacement. We've seen it already in industries that aren't exactly like ours. So a great example, 5-6 years ago, if you wanted to get a custom storybook for your child, you could commission an artist and a storyteller, and it would cost you several €100 at least. And you would get a book, and that would cost you several £100 as well because you're getting one-off print. Now, for €20, you can send a few pictures of your kids, their hobbies, and you can get a single print press off with custom artwork, all written by AI.
Yeah.
And that's like, oh, cool. Apart from all those artists that have lost their jobs, if you look at it from that angle. The other way to look at it is that we are just enabling ourselves to do so much more cool stuff. So one of the cases is getting into a kind of a philosophical level now, but it's how quickly are we going to replace the jobs, and how quickly then can people reskill themselves and learn those tools.
Yeah.
Because new technology does replace jobs, but it often creates more jobs. And are we going to be able to create more jobs with AI than we're going to replace? And where will that go? So leading back to your question about have I seen that? I think we're hesitant to even ask that question because I don't want someone to start thinking, oh my God, they're going to replace my job, because that's not our intention at all. But it's making sure that people do understand how these technologies will be used and that they're assistive technologies, not replacement technologies, particularly in wind. I can't see us, another prediction, ever fully replacing people in the loop because there's such important safety considerations that you've made. If the large language model hallucinates and says it's a hurricane, go transfer, because it's not seen that particular situation before, you want a human in there to check that.
Yeah. It's very much related to the discussion we were having earlier about training as well, isn't it? Making sure we've actually got the people in the loop who have enough knowledge and experience to do that, and how do you maintain that? Yeah.
A nice anecdote I've heard on that is that when spreadsheets came out, people were predicting that it was going to put all the accountants out of their jobs because it would make their job so easily and automate it and everything. And in fact, the opposite happened. The number of accountants multiplied by many times. I'm not sure if this is the utopia that we're imagining.
More accountants.
But there is, by having those cost reductions, it can create even more jobs than it's replacing. But they are definitely different types of jobs and higher skilled. So you need to make sure that you're skilling people in the right way. Moving on to my answer to that question, on the machine learning side, regression models, like to bring up scalability. Charlie said it yesterday, it is amazingly easy if you have some data and a little bit of coding skills to fit a regression model on the data you have and do that. You don't need advanced machine learning skills to do machine learning. I'd say domain expertise is more important, but we've got plenty of domain expertise here. The challenge comes a bit more when you're talking about deploying that model and then having it take new data each day. And it's the data engineering going into that. And also, can you apply the same model at scale? How is it going to respond in all of those situations? And there are many risks there. Not least of data quality. One thing is the ability of data to mislead, which I think we sometimes forget. We think all these machine learning models trained on data-driven, it must be true, but data can also mislead. Not least my favorite pain point of nacelle anemometers. So we have to be careful of that. At BitBloom now, we're actually, we have deployed machine learning models quite widely, but it was taking too much of our time. There are now actually some really nice tools for scaling machine learning as well, so that we're now moving to AWS SageMaker to do that, because it allows us to sort of put pipelines together and scale that more easily.
Yeah, if I could just actually add to that point, one of the things that I think no one's really talked about much is that on the operation side of things, I don't want to say the machine learning solved now, but as we've described, it is really easy. It's easier than it's ever been to throw models together.
Yeah.
But it is like, okay, I've got some CSV data, I've got a few lines of code, I've made a model. But for operations, that's not really useful because there's an operational process. And with what both of our businesses do, the day-to-day process and how you manage those systems. And if a fault happens, we were discussing in the break, like alarm fatigue, how do you mute alarms? How do you make sure that you're not wasting time every day on these repeat notifications, which if you just have a few lines of code and a single CSV data set, you don't have any of that system around there. And that's actually, I'd say, the harder part now of the system. It's not the creating the machine learning model. It's not even now throwing the large language models and linking it all together. It's the making a process that is actually delivering an output every day that humans can act upon.
Yeah, it's not the bit that makes the headlines, but it's the bit that's really important to actually allow it to work. Yeah. Oh. Ben,
Tom's point, and then validating the results against that with what's actually happening on site and closing the feedback loop.
Great, thank you. Well, it sounds like it's a good time to open it up to questions from the audience. Yeah.
I think it's a very nice feeling that the net impact is positive. I just don't believe in it. To be honest, I'm older than you. You should be frightened. I think the net impact for sure will be negative. There's so much things going on still in Excel. In finance, they have a lot of models. They nearly only work in Excel. But on all aspects, even though during time it's been like there's been created a lot of new jobs when something changes. Well, it used to be like that. We don't know if it's also going to happen this time. So what's your honest bet, 5-10 years, positive or negative? How many of you, raise your hand, think it's positive?
5 to 10 years, it's positive.
15 years.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's a cop out.
We could do stand up, sit down.
We could do the whole room. Yeah. So
yeah, let's do the whole room. Sorry, how do I?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the question is, to be clear, the question is the impact of machine learning, LLM, AI in 5 to 10 years. Do we think it's generally positive?
If it's positive,
for
raise your hand.
Our industry and ourselves, or negative? Yep. Okay, so positive.
Well,
I think you're outvoted.
Yes, but it doesn't change my stand.
No.
and regarding age, I think I'm on my safe side. But
I mean, I like to add on like wider society. I think there's huge dangers there. I think AI, in terms of improving the cost and efficiency of operating machinery, wind included, I think AI will be hugely positive. There's clearly huge risks elsewhere, and I mean, there have been risks in other technology revolutions as well about who does it advantage and who does it disadvantage, and often there are huge portions of the population disadvantaged, and probably big tech and the US and China will be hugely advantaged by what's going on at the moment, and potentially democracy negatively, but that's not the topic to discuss here, so we'll get back to wind energy.
Let's not drift into politics.
Yeah.
That's very dangerous. Yeah.
There is an online question. What are the panel's thoughts on the use of virtual load sensors based on ML and AI in turbines that do not have adequate instrumentation?
Do not have adequate instrumentation. Tom, do you want to?
So I guess like you can answer that generally in like virtual sensors. So describing a sensor that isn't physically existing, but you're taking several inputs from other things and computing a new value and using that. I think you described like in one of your systems taking these recalibrated anemometers. But I think virtual sensors are good for coverage, but you have to be aware of when you're using a virtual sensor, because if you have models that are built entirely on virtual sensors, it's probably not going to be a very good model. So all that stuff is better than nothing. It's just being aware how much of your data set and how many of your inputs are not real inputs, because you're just like, it's fine to have one or two, but when you start getting to a significant portion feeding into something, you've got to start questioning the output from that.
I think for me, the main thing is it's not really going to replace a real sensor, because that's going to give you the best data. They're a good tool to use in the situation where there is constraints preventing you from placing a real sensor there. I think there's a risk if you extrapolate that too much, you start losing that feedback of what's actually going on that is so pivotal to building upon it. So if your foundation isn't strong, the stuff you built on top of it won't be trustable or useful to you.
Malcolm?
Yeah, I think it kind of spreads out into the whole question around uncertainty and confidence in results. So a virtual sensor, you're going to be less confident about the data you've got coming from it, and that needs to run through to being a less certain result. And I think we need to do a lot of work as an industry on how we express that kind of uncertainty. So there's in the pre-construction world, things are quite well established around P50s and P90s and all the rest of it. And the kind of results from operational analytics, it's a lot vaguer how we work. And there's a sort of traffic lights of reds, greens, and yellows. And but everybody's trying to work it out, I think, really at the moment as to how to express that kind of thing, how to quantify it, how people should work with it when it gets there. And I think that's a whole big issue and a whole big area around digitalization that has still got quite a long way to go.
Okay. Yeah, Phil.
I think the biggest place I see value for virtual sensors is on the load side. So that is something that is quite difficult and costly to instrument across in entire fleets. And machine learning is very good in the situation that, yes, there is a physics relationship, but we either don't have the user inputs or the computational resources or both to be able to reliably, in a good time, devise that relationship. So very much, like the sort of presentation David gave and Christoph yesterday in particular, either using data from aeroelastic models or from sensors in a few specific situations and training machine learning models on that to have then wind turbine load models. I think there's going to be huge value in having, effective load signals, and then we can start looking into optimizing for fatigue and our whole cost fatigue model and everything, price fatigue model.
Yeah, and I think as you said earlier, Phil, a machine learning model is more often than not simply a regression model you're fitting, and a machine learning model is extremely good at interpolation and extremely bad at extrapolation. And so it's really understanding the limits of where that virtual sensor is going to be used. And if it's used in conditions that are very similar to what it's been trained in, it can be a very effective tool. But if you start then taking it outside of those limits and expecting it to behave as a strain gauge would in conditions it's never seen before, that's where you're going to start having problems using it. So
yeah, it's a good point. And maybe in those two approaches, training on real load sensors or on aeroelastic simulations, that's maybe an advantage for aeroelastic simulations, because you can control that data scope to a certain extent, make sure you're going to the very high wind speeds or those kind of edge cases.
Yeah. Are there any other questions from the audience that you want to grill this fine panel on? What about 10? We're gonna have another vote for 10 years. We're not going to be allowed to leave until we. In that case, I think we're coming to a close. I maybe just ask you, actually, what I didn't get around to asking the panel yesterday. What are you most excited about in the next sort of 5 to 10 years in terms of developments of machine learning, LLM, AI in general?
For me, it's free text data, being able to understand and process and work with the content of free text data. I think that opens up a whole world of possibilities, and that's what I'm looking forward to.
Good, thank you.
For me, it's the kind of what I presented about. So the autonomous agents, it's being able to have the large language models loop themselves over and over, looking up the data that they need and come to a conclusion and report it back. Because then you can start doing work in the background and it frees up valuable time that you'd otherwise just spend clicking on a link, looking at some data. And it's kind of an obvious answer, but now a computer can do it.
Yeah, I think I'm going to right now ride the LLM wave too. I try to say something different in these situations, but I think it's true right now. Like LLMs can bring huge opportunity in to that unstructured data. But yeah, let's combine the unstructured data with the structured data. Let's not forget about the structured data. But yeah, it was almost a lost resource. We had all these, maintenance reports and so on, because it takes so much time to find the right information. I think that's a huge opportunity at the moment.
Okay.
I think from my perspective, I have been thinking about this. In the big potential is from like a really pre-construction fortune telling perspective. Instead of delivering one set of results, we will probably like apply a site-specific machine learning model on our assessment, which is based on the state-of-the-art practice, and then create several sensitivity scenarios, also with maybe into the future, and provide like a set of results in JSON and maybe a Power BI dashboard to the client, and then they can play with it around something like that.
Great.
Yeah, I think for me it'd be the chance to just shorten the innovation cycle and try things quicker. So it'd be being able to fail faster. If a lot more of the models are better, you can supply the right information to it. You can find out things you always thought. So if I've got a weird idea, I don't need to go and voice my opinion in the tea room. I can try it and then say, hey, I did this. This outcome came out. What do we think? And you can have much better conversations, less opinions, and more data.
So speeding up that innovation cycle.
Yeah, well, we could have tried a load of things whilst we've all been sat in a room for 2 days, couldn't we?
Yeah. Great.
I've got loads, but none of them will probably work. I'd like to try, and I think then also the possibility to connect up different models together. If you think about humans, we're only smart in groups, so this is still something very valuable. But if you can apply the same thing to machines and different ideas, it's quite exciting.
Great. That's a very positive note to finish on. Thank you, Ben. Thank you for the panel. Join me in thanking the panel. So yeah, that brings us to the end of the conference. So it just remains really for me to say thank you for coming, thank you for being engaged, and for all the questions. Thank you to all the presenters. I think we've had some excellent presentations over the course of the last couple of days. And I'd also like to thank Leadfund for the excellent organisation that we've enjoyed over the last couple of days. It's gone very smoothly, so thank you for all of that. And finally, of course, thank you very much to the sponsors that have contributed to allowing this event to be put on. So yeah, we're very grateful to that. So I wish you all a good and safe trip home. Okay, thank you.